2, 1. Welcome. Today is February, no it's not, it's March 1st, 2022. Correct myself right from the beginning. This is Board of County Commissioners joint meeting with Open Space and Trails Board. It is a work session, and we have two very important items on our three. Maybe if we get to an update too, if Gary has time, we would like to have a quick update. So our first issue at hand is the Emma Store Building Food Hub Partnership Proposal. And thank you for the packet information. It was very informative.
Well, thank you. I'm Gary Tenenbaum. I'm the Director of Pickens County Open Space and Trails. I will be joined by a whole host of partners on this. I think they're all coming in via Zoom. So I'm all alone in front of you, but there's a whole slew of people behind me on this. And so what we're looking at today is really what to do with the Emma Store buildings. And so we're not looking for a decision on, what exactly this is going to be, but here, what we're going to present is a concept. And what we're looking for is like kind of a nod, just kind of like a nod from the BOCC and the Open Space Board to move forward with this concept to see if it's feasible to do a public process. I know you guys have been receiving some comments from the Emma Caucus, and we definitely are going to engage them. We're going to engage the community at large on this proposal because, this is a big deal. This Emma Store buildings, to give you good history, why is Open Space and Trails involved in any of this, is back in 2008, these buildings were falling down. There was a landowner there that was threatening to knock them down. And at the time, the Board of County Commissioners were extremely concerned about, this is the entrance to Pickens County. We're going to lose another historic, piece of history. And they engaged the Open Space Board to purchase this. And we purchased it back in 2008 for $2.65 million. It came with 12.5 acres, which, you have the store buildings, you have the white Emma Mather House, and then you have about 10.5 acres of wetlands and open space up on the river of the Roaring Fork. And so, and then I was here in 2008, and I'm like, at the time, the open space program really didn't have anything in its charter about historic structures. And so we were going, what do we do with this? I'm like, we really can't, we could spend money on kind of working an infrastructure that we owned, but we really didn't have full authorization to do much more with that. However, the whole time we were looking was, how do we, first of all, stabilize this? Because they were in poor shape, the roof was collapsed, and the buildings were coming down. The brick was starting to come down, and that is something that you guys said we don't want happening. So the open space program with the state historic fund, we spent about $658,000 stabilizing these buildings with the goal of finding a use. But it's been 14 years now, and we're still not there. And so the history of the Emma Store buildings is they are historic, and they were general store buildings back in the day for agriculture, and they helped all the neighboring ranches with all their supply needs. And they did a lot of the supply needs for the valley too, because it was right on the Rio Grande Railroad. So, through the time, we've done a lot of public processes on these buildings. We just recently completed, kind of what uses the community would like to see on it. And so we put it up on the screen, and I think we're sharing with everyone, or I think Jesse did it through Zoom. But, we wanted to like come up with a mission statement for the Emma Store buildings and kind of like a vision statement. And so today we're talking about a vision of what these could be. And Susanna Reed was here earlier today talking about the Glacier House, but she might be here again today. The most important thing to do with the way to preserve these buildings is to find a use for them. So they just don't sit empty and they don't sit on the highway. I mean, it's great that you see them in the condition that they're in, but it would be great to find a use for them. And this is a potential concept. I'm not saying this is feasible because we need to do a feasibility study, and we do need to do a public process. But what I'd love to have is the partners also talk about it, because we came up with the overall use parameters with the steering committee, and then we were approached by Human Services and the food banks around here. Could this be used as an Emma food hub? And we were like, wow, could it also be used as an agricultural hub? And so, because we do get asked, especially by our agricultural lessee next door and others, the cold storage processing, is a real issue for agricultural producers in our valley to scale up. And if there's a partnership that this could potentially do, and it's right on a trail, so the public can actually be part of this, why don't we look into it and see if it's possible? There are a lot of issues that we're going to have to overcome here. You could see it. We put it up on the screen. You see how close Highway 82 comes to this. There's a trail between Highway 82 and the buildings. The buildings themselves are in great shape. They might not look like it from the outside, but inside we have fully stabilized these. There's a full roof system. There's a full stabilization. These things are not coming down anytime soon. But if we really want to activate this, we've got to find a use. And so here, since I've been here and watching what's happening on this since 2008, this is one of the more exciting visions that potentially could be here. And I'd like us to move forward with potentially looking at that. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to someone on the Human Services side. I don't know which one, Lindsay or Sam or Nan, want to talk about it, but I just wanted to also go into it because I know you guys have been talking about food security, and that is a big issue for the community, and how it ties into our agriculture is, it's interesting to see. We've broken down silos. I give John Peacock a ton of credit. We have broken our silos, and we are coming together as two totally different departments, but there's a similar concept here that could be potentially synergistic for both of us, and the county owns this site. So with that, I don't know which one you want, Lindsay.
Before we get there, and Lindy or Sam, I don't know who will hopefully cover this, but I think we really need to clarify what the use would be. I think it'll be part of your presentation, that it wouldn't be a coming and going like a grocery store with people coming in and out all day to do their grocery shopping, that it's more of a storage area for then products to be, but I'm sure you guys will cover that, but I think that's a point of clarification I think the public needs to hear. So Lindsay or Sam, please, whichever, if take it on. The packet information was very informative and I appreciate the effort. So please.
Hi there, I'm Sam Landergasper. I manage the Economic Assistance Department for Pitkin County. And a little bit of background around how this came to be. We've been having discussions around food security since I started working here in 2017, 5 years ago. And what really brought about this discussion around warehousing and distribution in the Mid-Valley area was one of the first things we did when the Economic Assistance Department was opened after contracting with Eagle County for a number of years was to convene a group of partners and look at what they and we saw as the issues impacting food insecurity in Pitkin County. And one of the top three issues was this lack of warehousing space, which caused distribution and supply chain issues. So from that, we attended two other food security summits in both Garfield and Eagle County, where this need was also one of the top three needs identified. So it was something that had been in conversations for quite a long time, but we really weren't able to get moving on it. We had tried as a group to look at various options in the Mid-Valley area in Carbondale, Elgibel, Basalt, but what we found is that either these spaces weren't suited for food storage and distribution, the price was too high, or in some cases these sites weren't even safe, being more industrial areas. So when the pandemic hit, we kind of lost a little traction moving forward with this, focusing really on emergency distribution. And in Pitkin County, under the Emergency Support Function 6 group, we formed a local food distribution group. We called it the ESF 6 Food Distribution Group. It included partners like Lift Up, Food Bank of the Rockies, Harvest for Hunger. There we go. We have a lot of those folks named here in the proposal. And that group really focused on getting food distribution up and running during the pandemic. Once those systems were in place, the group also started to look at some of these issues around how do we secure this network in the region. And one of the things that came up again at that time was this idea of a food hub. So, and I think, Patty, you brought this up. The idea of a food hub is really to help increase the ability for our partners to provide and safely store food. It isn't a place for the public to come and pick up food. These distributions are to be held off-site, but on-site, really, the concept is to have a place where larger amounts of food can be stored and warehoused safely, as well as rescued food to be distributed out into the public. So we worked on a proposal. It's a large proposal. It has a lot of different ideas around what could be on the site, but the main idea behind it is this idea of warehousing and distribution, also in collaboration with agricultural producers. We've worked with a number of farms in the area over the past 2 years, particularly to get fresh local food out in these distributions. And one thing we've heard from them is that their ability to produce more food that could then make it out to the public is there's a lot of it related to the ability to store. So if there were options for like a root cellar for storing root vegetables, as well as additional fridge and freezer space where they could store their produce, that would allow for them to produce more and utilize their space more effectively. So we, after putting this proposal together and looking at all of the things that the partners thought would be helpful in a location like this, one idea that came up was to approach Open Space Trails after having looked at the proposed use plan. We thought that this might be a possible fit. As I mentioned, we have looked at other options. We continue to look at other options that pop up, but we want to pursue all of these possibilities because we know that this food hub is integral to the ability for the strategic plan in the region to meet the needs for our food insecure population, which is significant. Current numbers estimate around 33% of households in Pitkin County and Colorado at large are currently food insecure. This is in relation to not only the pandemic, but also to the inflation we're seeing, the high cost of living. So addressing this issue is going to be important, not just now, but moving forward. And having a food hub somewhere in the Mid-Valley region will really help to secure this network that we're trying to establish, where we are able to meet the need that we see in the community. And we do have a couple of our partners on today. I do want to pause quick and see if there's any questions before I hand it over to our partners.
Do you have any questions from either board at this point? Greg does.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Lindsay, nice to see you here. And the partners also. I don't know if I see everyone. I've attended several of the meetings regarding not only this, but just the food security. And I appreciate all the work that's been done over the last couple of years that I've at least been listening in. The question I have is regarding the size. Is this the right size? Do you envision this being large enough to handle the needs that you're projecting? And it's really a convenient fit. It might be a convenient fit if all the concerns are addressed, but is it actually the right size?
So as I understand it, and I might let Sue Ellen Rodwick with Food Bank of the Rockies speak to this, since she is much more familiar with food warehousing and distribution, but it is a substantial space, much larger than any of the other spaces we've been able to find that would be suitable for warehousing. Sue Ellen, would you mind speaking a little bit to what you see with this location?
Yeah, that's a good question, Greg. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank
Okay.
you, Sue Ellen.
Thanks. Yeah. So yeah, the space is very adequate, and the possibility for multiple levels, so whether you installed racking or decided to utilize different levels of the building, the main building, um, means there's quite a bit of storage space. So yeah, definitely would be adequate. And then there's with a smaller building, that's where we could do some more, like maybe a kitchen or some other maybe more production oriented activities if that has these.
Greg, anything else?
No, that's it, thanks.
Anyone else? Oh, yeah, go ahead, Wade.
Yeah, one question I had is looking at other potential sites in the Mid-Valley. I was just wondering if you looked at the old tree processing building that belongs to Eagle County. It's a tree processing building from the Forest Service days of the old tree nursery there. It's a pretty large warehouse type building right adjacent to Crown Mountain Park.
We had not looked at that. We are working and talking with Eagle County about some other options, but that is something we can definitely add to the agenda to speak with them about. Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Yeah, I'd take a look at that building. It's got, I mean, it had some cold storage rooms. I'm sure the building is depreciated quite a bit since I was involved with the Forest Service 10 years ago, but I think the bones of that building are also still solid, and it's a really large, it's much larger space actually than the Emma Store buildings.
I have a question on that. Is that part of the new land swap with that building going to be existing,
That-
or is that outside of the parameters?
That building is on Eagle County property. It's owned by Eagle County. It's right adjacent to Crown Mountain Park, and it's been used as storage. Town of Basalt has used it. Other entities just
Did they think
using.
about putting an ice skating rink in that building at one time?
There were a lot of different
Yeah.
ideas for that. Like the town of Basalt uses it now, along as with Crown Mountain Park and, Wayne's right. But Basalt, wants to get out of that building because it's falling, the roof especially is falling apart. So, but the bones, it is pretty
7
cool
or 8
spot.
years ago, it wasn't. But yeah, it's worth looking at, I think. It had the existing cold storage areas, and it also had included a bomb shelter that was built in the 60s, which could serve as a root
I
cellar.
was going to say it could be
I mean, it's a concrete bomb shelter underground, so it's nice and cool down there. and
That's interesting.
It's worth looking at.
Is it at the east end of Crown Mountain Park?
It's on the west side,
Oh, it's on the
where their office is, their office building. It's a
Near the
large,
bike park?
large building right to the west.
kind of down around the corner.
Right, if you're going towards the bike park and the dog park, it's the
keep going
building
a
right
little bit.
around that corner there.
Other side of the little pond that's down there.
Look at it.
It's worth exploring, so.
Yeah, it's a good thought. Any other input or questions from either board, or we let Sam ahead? Let Sam move on.
All right, great. Well, we have a few partners here. We just wanted to speak to how a food hub would impact their ability to provide service in our area. So, Sue Ellen, since we've already spoken with you, if you wouldn't mind starting.
I'll introduce myself. I know Sam did already, but I'm the director for Food Bank of the Rockies, covering the Western Slope region. And we've been working to create hub facilities in different regions to help with transportation and logistics. And so in our work in the Aspen and the Parachute region, we really saw that something Mid-Valley would help a lot. One thing that we help facilitate is food rescue. And that's from grocery stores, coffee shops, all up and down the valley. And there's no shortage of food rescue, but getting that food to the people who need it there's a higher volume of people who are needing it down valley. And so having a centralized facility to bring and aggregate food rescue and then be able to portion it out to the different locations would be huge. Currently, our trucks are driving up and down the valley at least a couple times a week. And so, and then we also have our partner Harvest for Hunger, who's also going up and down a couple times a week just for food rescue. And ours are for delivery. So reducing that truck traffic, reducing that carbon footprint, having a more centralized location to aggregate the food, and then also looking at the producer side of things, enabling us to be able to purchase from those local growers, pass that on to food pantries. There's a lot of synergy that would happen with the food company.
Right. Thank you.
Thanks, Suan. We also have Ivan Jackson here. He's the director of Lift Up.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ivan Jackson. I am the Executive Director at Lift Up, and I'm going to probably say a lot of what people have already said, both Sue Ellen and Sam. The benefits that we see is having a centralized location from which you can distribute from. We distribute to a lot of areas, and our warehouse is currently based in Parachute. So like Sue Ellen's already said, there's a lot of driving up and down the valley, which would certainly help resolve some of those issues. We also, as Lift Up, see ourselves as the distribution partner that goes that final mile. So with Food Bank of the Rockies being involved, they could use the hub as a mass drop location, and then we could go there and distribute from there to all the other locations in the area. We're looking into implementing mobile pantries. So literally we could load the vehicle up, we could drive to location A, spend 2 or 3 hours there, drive to location B, spend 2 or 3 hours there, and do that on a daily basis throughout the week. And rather than currently having to come all the way back down to Parachute to reload, to do that, to restock, that would obviously be eliminated. Some of the other things that I think are hugely important, and again, Sam has mentioned this, the opportunity for root vegetable storage is huge, as well as attracting other farmers in the area. We do a lot of farm to food pantry work, so we collect food from farmers directly, and then we use that as part of our distribution for fresh and healthy food. Farmers could use this, and Sam actually used this as an example with me recently, in that farmers sometimes have to stop production because they've got nowhere to store the food. So if they had a facility like this, they could continue to grow the food, not have to plow it back in at the end of the year, and then we could store it for them. The other option is also gleaning. We work with Uproot, who go around, get a lot of food at the end of the season and glean that food. Well, again, at the moment, they're having to drive all over the 3 counties that they currently work within, and get us to pick it up, or whoever to come and help them pick it up, because they don't have storage facilities. So to have a centrally located mid-valley facility makes a lot of sense for a lot of different areas. So I hope that helps, and if you have any questions, happy to answer them.
Great. Yeah, Michael Kinsley and then Greg.
Yeah, when you use the word hub, hubs have spokes, and spokes sounds like a lot of movement. If I was somebody in the neighborhood, I'd be wondering about the amount of movement in and out of the facility. We understand that this is only a concept at this point, and you don't have specifics, but it seems like you have a relatively specific idea of what you'd like to see happen there. Can you give us a sense of the size and the size of vehicles that would be going in and out of there, and the frequency of those vehicles going in and out of there, and whether or not any of those vehicles would be there overnight?
Sam, do you want to jump on that, or?
I can speak to that. So as far as size of vehicles goes, there has been a traffic study that says up to 40-foot trucks can make it in there. We would obviously want to go with as small a vehicle as necessary to reduce the number of trips for food bank. like Sue Ellen mentioned, food bank would probably be able to be coming once, maybe twice a week, depending on what the need would be at the time. And then we look to lift up for the mobile distributions. As Ivan said, loading up, leaving, and coming back at the end of the day. We don't foresee many vehicles being left overnight. If there were, it would be those mobile distribution vehicles. But that's up for discussion at this point. And really, the thing to emphasize is that this is not meant to be a distribution site itself. This would not be a place where we were expecting the public coming in every day to pick up food. The point of this is, and I think the hub is more of a conceptual idea, meaning a place where food distribution and security efforts can revolve around, more so than a hub with folks coming in. And then obviously during harvest season, we'd have farmers who would be bringing goods, to store. So I don't think we can get into an exact estimate, but the plan is, and the proposal is to limit access, is not limit, but to minimize the impact as far as vehicular access goes to the extent possible.
And we'll get into more of that detail during the feasibility study to give you, because we need to get
understand
that.
that.
We
Yeah.
need to get that answer for the
So is
community.
that truck that's portrayed in the photographs there, is that a 40-foot truck?
The truck in the photograph is a box truck, so that's a 26-foot truck. A 40-foot would be the size of our small semi truck, the one that we used prior to the pandemic in Aspen for the mowing series.
Okay, Michael, you done? For now?
Yeah.
Greg, please.
Yeah, just when Ivan was speaking, I was reminded that the demand for lift up services went up, maybe was it 600 or 800%? And I'm just wondering if you could give us an idea of where things are now. What are we looking like for demand for lift up services? And that's, I guess, between here and Parachute, but certainly this part of the valley had a highly increased demand.
You're correct. So during the pandemic, we saw about a 600% increase in people seeking food. So that's a significant number. We're not running at that levels now, but as Sam has also indicated this afternoon, we've got 33% of the population in Pickering County is dealing with food insecurity. And that number is mirrored in Garfield and Eagle to some extent as well. So the need is still there. What we are also dealing with, and this is part of Lift Up's development and involvement, is that we have fixed pantries up and down the valley, and we've had distribution sites where we've worked and dropped off, be it local parking lots, schools, churches, etc. But that still requires people to come to those facilities. There is certainly an aging population in that part of the community that currently struggles to get access to either of those. So whether they come to a fixed pantry or whether they actually come to the distribution site, wherever that might be. So what we're looking at potentially doing is as well, we would basically have an F-350 truck. I'm using that as an example, with a trailer attached to that. And then we would go to the different communities. So we would go to location A, location B, wherever that might be, and spend 2 or 3 hours there and allow the population to come there. So it would be more mobile for them. But rather than just collecting a bag of food or a box of food, they could physically walk into the trailer and pick up and say, I want this, I want this, I want that. So that's part of what we're looking to do to meet the ever-increasing need of a population that doesn't get served particularly well at the moment. So I think there is a continual need for this. And I think with the cost of living going up, continued housing prices and shortages, I see that continuing for the foreseeable future.
Okay, Greg. Yeah, Howie, please.
Hi, Ivan, thanks for your recap. This may be more of a philosophical or definitional question. You talk about food insecurity as being a driving force here. Talk to us about what food security would be. What when do you achieve food security? I'm not aware of that there's a social definition, or it's an operational definition, it's a health definition. When do you achieve food security?
I think the simplistic way of putting that is when food no longer becomes an option to be taken off the table. We are facing a lot of people. There is the general concept that the people who are food insecure are perhaps people unemployed, suffering health issues, maybe choosing to be homeless. That is a changing situation. In the community that we serve, many of the people who are food insecure already have a job, but maybe two jobs. But to feed a family with the housing prices as they are throughout the valley is extremely costly. And so what we have realized is that we're serving a wider population. To where food security exists, there's never a choice as to, do I pay my electricity bill, do I pay my rent, do I pay my car payment, or do I go and buy food for myself? Food is always something that should be available to everybody every day, and there shouldn't be having to make that choice. And unfortunately, we still live in a world, and 1 in 9, 1 in 10 Americans are dealing with this at the moment. And that is something that we're seeing, unfortunately, far too often in the community that we serve.
Thanks. Helpful, thank you.
You also have Kelly had a hand
Oh,
up.
Kelly. And then Graham. Oh, Kelly's little hand in the corner over there.
Thanks. Sorry I'm not there with you all. I have kind of a cough, so I'm staying home. And more comments, I think. I mean, I'm supportive of continuing to explore this idea. I'd like to hear a little bit more, I think, from Gary and staff about what other ideas are being explored for that area. And I guess I just would say that I think that it needs to wrestle with some of the things that we've heard in the public comment we've received. For example, how this idea is and isn't a commercial activity, I think will be helpful, because for different partners that may play in differently. And then also, again, how this is and isn't compatible with the Emma Caucus Master Plan. I do have some concerns that folks are looking to that plan as a low density residential area, and these buildings were never contemplated for low density residential. So just squaring away how we match those up, or just be honest about where they conflict would be what I would look for in the feasibility. And I would just say for the partners, I think there will be some expectation that something along the lines of like a detailed calendar be contemplated. How often folks are expecting, or how often does the hub need to be functional for your goals to come to fruition? I think would help everyone understand just how much of the comings and goings are expected, and of who, and will that fluctuate throughout the year, and why, would be kind of the detail that I would hope to see. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. Graham?
Yeah, I think there's some great things about this proposal. One, from open space point of view, it would be really great to have this building serve a vital community need. I think that would be terrific. Also, as Gary mentioned, the best thing for historic buildings is to make them useful, and then people will take care of them. So we would be taking care of this historical building in a good way. And then also ag and food distribution was on the list of potential future uses that the committee came up with, so that's good. And then I was really impressed with the long list of partners in this proposal. It was like, 15 of them or something like that. So it's a big community-wide project. As has been brought out, I think the real problem is going to be the traffic and the neighborhood impact. And it does say that there will be a study done. So that'll be interesting to see what that comes out as. And then the other thing is, haven't really talked about a budget at all, and it'd be interesting to hear from some of you proponents as to how everything would get paid for. And I just remind that the county, through the open space program, has a lot of skin in this property already. And we've bought the property, we've stabilized the buildings, we've done utility work, we've restored the Mather House. We have a lot of money into this. So I'm interested in sort of two things. One is the short term, who's paying for all the studying and things like that. And then in the long term, do you guys feel that you have the resources to fix the building up and operate it?
Well, and I can answer. The first part is, for open space, we're doing everything within our use plan. So with the traffic study and stuff is something we need no matter what, even if this proposal or another proposal comes in. To answer kind of Kelly's question, is there's not a whole lot of people knocking down the door to use these buildings. Otherwise, I think we would have found somebody by now. But so this is really the biggest potential we've had in a while. So that is, but for open space, we're funding the initial, like the traffic studies, because we need them no matter what. And I'll let these guys go how they're going to get to the next level if this would move forward.
And how much approximately are we,
We put it in our budget. I think it was about $25,000 that we put in our budget just to get, some preliminary ideas on how you deal with the traffic. And we also have some money in there for the plan. We were going to do kind of a architectural look at it and stuff like that. So we have some money to continue the discussion of it, but these guys have a kind of an idea on how to make the next lift happen.
So Sam, do you want to address that quickly? And then I have a few questions, but.
Yep, I can speak to that. Part of this whole feasibility study is to really come to an understanding of what the budget would be. We don't really have a grasp on how what scope there will be as far as the budget goes, but we do know that we have some different funding options. Our plan from the beginning as a group was to make sure that this didn't come at an expense to Pitkin County, to the budget necessarily. So we have funding through the Economic Assistance Department that we can allocate, TANF funding, so temporary assistance for needy families, that can be used. We plan on writing various grants to bring in additional funding, looking to hopefully some of our local funders on this. The hope is that it wouldn't be part of Pitkin County's budget per se, but something that's really funded from exterior sources.
Okay. My questions, I've got a lot of history with this intersection, with the Grace Church application, et cetera. And I've always had a concern about traffic flow and traffic issues. So I know that that's going to be part of the feasibility even further. And I think that's a really key question, I think, for the Emma Caucus. I also had questions about the budget, but thank you for asking those. And I appreciate the diversity and use opportunities that this may have. I'd like to see if there might be some thought as to phasing uses. So we didn't just start out with, all these multiple uses, but let's start out with the basic concept and see how that goes and see what other uses would be applicable or appropriate or would not have even greater impacts to traffic flow and public safety through there. Because I think we've got great partners sitting here in the room, and I don't know if we also have people that might want to make comments. So I think those are key things. Francie, and then Greg, did you have more?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I fully support further investigation into this. I think it's a great idea. I love Sue Ellen's use of the word synergy, and I really like the relationship to the historical use of that building. I mean, how beautiful is that, that you turn it into a grocery center again? And I know the Emma Caucus just had concern about their access onto Highway 82 near the church, that particular access onto it, which is if you're going up Valley, would be a right-hand turn, so it's probably not as drastic. But if you're going down Valley, you certainly could go down to the Whole Foods area and go down Valley that way. So I don't see them being more impacted in terms of the traffic than they already are with this project. But I do agree that getting in and out of there is an issue. And but I just love the idea. I think it's so cool, and I really support it.
And we do have, here behind me, we have Susanna Reed, who's the Historic Preservation Officer for the county, and also Ed and Marty is here too. We're really looking at the agricultural community as a total, because, when we were initially approached by this, we were like, how would this really work with our mission? And then, a couple of people hit us on the head and said, duh, agricultural, Harper and Ed, and we were like, oh yeah, this could be a huge agricultural hub. And it's the synergy, I like that word too, it's big. So I don't know if you want them to say anything or not, but it's up to you guys. But for us, this was one of the ways I haven't seen a partnership this big in a while. It's kind of daunting, but and there's a lot of questions that we got to answer too.
Yeah. So Greg, and then I'll see if we can.
Right, thank you. Yeah, great to see that everybody here and supporting this. I have the same questions. I think I've heard, access, parking. Parking is the one I wanted to bring up. I'm under the impression that the accessibility to these buildings would be from the back side. It wouldn't be from the highway side, and that parking hopefully would be screened and invisible, so it wouldn't look like an industrial parking area with even the 26-foot trucks or the vans. It seems to me that there would be a way to approach this so it doesn't appear to be an industrial hub or a parking lot for large trucks. And I'm hoping the study, and I support that study certainly, would really look at the possibilities of creating parking for it that is out of sight, out of mind. I like it when it's screened from the highway and from the neighbors, and I'm hoping that's part of the study. Thanks.
Okay, and another key thing that you left out when you talked about the uses there was our osprey.
Oh, yes.
We're what?
The osprey. That's my favorite thing in the whole valley, so we don't want to forget those osprey nests that are there.
Yes, and we're not coming in that way, so.
Yeah, thank you. They call me on a frequent basis. So Ed or Susanna, would you like to come up and say a few words, or? And I don't know, Makoa, do we need to accommodate them on the Zoom, or can we just? Okay, perfect. Perfect. Just turn the mic on. It's so nice to see you.
It's nice to see you all too. Is this working? I can't
Your
tell.
red light has to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that one of the things that we envisioned when we originally did the stabilization of the buildings was that any new intervention in the buildings would be from the back. And so really, and that kind of ties in very well to what we're talking about in terms of access to the buildings and using that back courtyard kind of as the space and leaving the publicly visible facades pretty much the way they are. There probably is some state historic fund money available to do some of the things that need to be done that could be added into this complex arrangement, but the restoration of the windows and some of the other things that we didn't address in the original plans could certainly be a project that would be part of this overall improvement.
Great, good to know.
And again, just to reinforce that, I think having an opportunity to find a group that can afford to be in these spaces and do what needs to be done to make them functional, and to do something that is so much in character with the historic position of the buildings is a very intriguing proposal.
I think
to
that's
me.
key, yeah. Thank you. Wait, I think Michael has a.
I realize that I don't understand if anything's going to happen to that kind of a secondary building that's out back, a funny little building with a cupola that people have called a powder house, which it probably is not. But is that part of this proposal?
It can be. I mean, we're looking at the two main buildings, but that is going to be, potentially, it's got to be part of the discussion because it's right where everything is going to be
Yeah.
moving. So, and could it be used because it's high? Could it be used as additional storage and stuff? Yeah, we stabilized that piece too with state historic funds, so it's in great shape and can be used if we need it.
Yeah, perfect.
Thanks.
Okay, Susanna, thank you again. Nice to see
Thank you.
Eden, please. Also nice to see you, Eden. I haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, hi,
Nice to see you
Evan,
too.
welcome.
Thank you. So this is Eden Vardy with the Farm Collaborative, and we are very excited about this project. I see it as an excellent opportunity to integrate many different user groups in kind of a cohesive and collective way. Far too often, food equity, local food, and different kind of programming elements are all siloed. And this is a chance to really bring them together under one roof. From the standpoint of need on farmer side, from our research, basically following access to land and access to housing, storage is the number one need of most of our regional farmers. And to evidence that, this last loan round for Two Forks Club, which is one of the organizations that the Farm Collaborative oversees, 75% of the loans that we made were specifically for refrigeration and storage. So there's a tremendous need, and this could help fulfill that need in a really meaningful way. The other thing that I'm really excited about with this project is that I see it as kind of a perfect synergy with what we're doing out at Cozy Point Ranch. And so as we've really delved into our building and preparing to break ground, which we hope to do here in the short term, we've really come to learn that there's a big difference between front of house and back of house needs. And partly budgetarily, but for other reasons as well, we've had to remove a lot of the back of house components from our original plan, and those components can be really integrated and enhanced in this project, particularly storage and root
Could you
cellar
define
space.
those two things?
Yeah, I was gonna.
Yeah, so, and I think that also can help address some of the traffic concerns that have been brought up. I see front of house as more of the user experience, so individuals that are coming in to utilize the services. And that's really what we're setting up our facility for at the Farm Collaborative.
So retail, for instance, is front of house.
That would be a front of house.
Thank you.
Correct.
Back of house would be storage and refrigeration.
Or programming, culturally appropriate food programming or other things like this are more front of house kind of things. Whereas back of house is more of, storage, the operations, the sorting. Some of the processing is maybe somewhere in between. And so I really like the idea of looking at a valley-wide integrated strategy for all things food. And I think this is the first step to making that happen.
Great.
That's very
Thanks, Eden.
helpful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay,
So
Gary,
that's
back
really,
to you.
yeah, I mean, so I feel like I got support to continue the feasibility study. And so, it's going to answer a lot of the questions. I mean, between what other buildings, what other sites can be used, the traffic, the parking, can we phase this? We need to address commercial use, and we got to engage the public. And so I see all of those pieces. The process that we're looking at is to start it now and to start looking at it. So we're coming back to you later this fall to see if we can move this forward. This will give the caucus plenty of time to review it and have meetings to discuss it, and we'll be there to discuss it. We're going to get the information on the amount of trucks, size of trucks, get them to be understanding of what the capacity is, really what we're talking about at this site. And we've got to continue to do a little bit of feasibility on the actual access off of Highway 82.
I think,
So if you guys are good with that.
I think Howie has.
Well, you asked, the memo is to get a request to undertake a formal feasibility study. And I'm all in favor of that. I think we should do it. I think it should include Wayne's suggestion about the building over by Crown Mountain. I mean, in all honesty, this is not a great building to run a warehouse hub operation. It's limited access. It has all sorts of those kind of constraints. But it may work. But I think to make an informed decision, I think we should include Wayne or something like that as a comparable and compare the two. Fortunately, the distance between those two locations is not great. It's not as if we're talking a Glenwood location versus a Mid-Valley location. So I think it's an appropriate bit of research to look at both options, and it may be a non-starter. I don't know anything about that.
I've already sent the town of Basalt an email to see if,
So I'd
see
move
what
that
their
we
use is right now.
ask- I think it's I propose we recommend from the Open Space Board to go ahead with the feasibility study.
And I don't need a formal motion.
You don't? Okay.
I don't. Because we're not
We
asking.
can't do that
I
here.
mean, yeah, it's with the BOCC in the work session too, what we're looking for is kind of a head nod to just get that feasibility study done and public process at the same time.
Yeah, I think Graham and then Wayne.
In response to Howie, I would think it'd be up to, the partnership here to explore other options as opposed to us. They know their needs better.
Sure.
And whatnot. So I don't know if you're proposing that we would take that on. I just think they do a better job.
Yeah, no, they should do it, but more than just focus on one
Right.
location.
Yeah,
That they,
yeah. Spread their net wider and look at all.
Because they've said this is the only one they've been able to come up with, but maybe in fact.
No, they have a couple others that they're
Okay.
looking at, but it's, when this one came up, it's just, it's kind of, it's not fixing a roof. It's just kind of developing a building for that. So, and it's owned by Picken County.
Yeah.
So that's the biggest piece right now is the control of the building. You control how long they could have this. And that is a huge piece of the puzzle because some of the other places might not give them that. Eagle County might, but we'll see. I know they're talking to Eagle County on other sites.
Good.
And I don't know if you want to hear from Nan since it's her last official meeting, but we've been working with Nan
Let me see
too.
what Wayne
Sorry
has
to call
to
you
say,
out,
and
Nan.
I did notice Nan sneak in at that bottom corner, but let me let Wayne, and then we'll give Nan her
I just
time.
had one other thought when Eden was up here, and it's a question for him, I guess, is if the location could also serve as for the tool library for the farm collaborative.
Yeah, and you need to come up to be on mic, thank you.
As a down valley location for the tool library.
Thank you for the question, Wayne. We would be really, really grateful if that was an opportunity. I think that traffic needs and the feasibility of having equipment out there could be addressed as part of the plan. It would be a really helpful function and advancement of our equipment library to have a down valley location.
Good question.
I put it down as a potential
Yeah.
ad. Thanks.
So,
That's a
so
great
Nan-
idea.
So Nan, is this your last official, or I thought yesterday was, I'm so confused, Nan, what are you doing?
Today's my last day, and I'm here for this conversation, and I'll be here for the senior tax relief conversation a little bit later. I've been on the call the whole time, but they forgot me in a Zoom link, so it took me a while. See how fast you get forgotten.
Not gonna happen, Nan.
I don't know. It's all good. I just wanted to say, how thrilling it is to watch this presentation and consider the collaboration between food distributors and ag, open space and human services, the Open Space and Trails Board, BOCC. This is really extraordinary, and I want to commend Sam and his team for taking this idea forward and to really applaud you all for being willing to look at the concept to see if it works. So I'm fully supportive and excited, and I'll be reading the papers to see what you all decide down the road.
She's gonna be watching the meetings, guys, trust me. I just wanna, Michael, please, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, my other comment was just about traffic movement, and I think that's going to be pivotal. But I must say that as somebody who sat in on this committee through all of its meetings except the last one, what we did in that committee was to first hypothesize what were all the possible uses. This one never came up. And then we quickly realized that we couldn't figure out all the possible uses because somebody was going to come up with something that we never thought of, which, by the way, happened. And so what we did was to instead focus on parameters. What are the parameters for whatever use might be appropriate? That's one point. Second point is, when I heard this concept, I said to myself, that's it. It clearly fits, and we just need to determine whether the traffic movement's going to make sense.
And I just want to add real quickly, I think I definitely support doing a feasibility study, and I think what will come out of that is going to be a lot of interesting information. We may find another use, Michael was saying, that we totally were not prepared to even be thinking about. And I want the caucus to know that moving this forward is not a definite decision that this is going to be the use. It's a study, and the caucus will be brought in. And I appreciate the fact that the caucus has already, presented us with some of their concerns, which I think gives us the opportunity to specifically address as we move forward with studying whether this is feasible or not. And I think that's really important. I think it's exciting. It's an amazing building. The Mather House next door is incredible. The people live there and work there. It's kind of, really at the guts of what we were hoping to do. And I think it's just pretty awesome that we're, like Francie said, we're actually doing something and keeping it historic in the nature of its previous uses over so many, many years. What's the original date of the building?
18.
Ballpark. Before I was born.
19th century.
It was the 1800s, right?
Yeah.
The first one was 1890.
Yeah, I think 92.
Gotcha,
Yeah,
guys.
1892. You got it. I was worried about the numbers. You'd how much should we
I'm
spend?
throwing that one out there.
Yeah.
I always give you a question that's always kind of on the fringe. So is there anything else before this is great. Francie, please.
Yes, I just wanted to thank the staff for an incredible presentation. It was really well done, and I really enjoyed reading it. And I learned a lot in reading it. So,
Okay.
thank you.
So we're looking at maybe fallish?
Well, we're going to come back with updates as we move along because we want to make sure that everybody, it's what we saw with the Emma caucus is they just didn't have any information because you didn't have any information. So
Right.
they're worried about things. And I just want to keep this open, and we'll come back sometime when we start having some better information.
Just let me know when you need agenda time.
Yes, I will.
Can I just
Yeah,
say
please.
that we've all been receiving the letters from the Emma caucus, so they know they're being heard,
Yeah,
right?
we got them all.
We've got
And
them
we're gonna
all,
reach
and
out
it's been
to
distributed,
continue.
so we are listening to what they're saying as well.
And we do have that public comment system now, so people can take advantage, and we will be creating our own little file related to this issue
Exactly.
for public information.
So yes.
Okay,
All right.
great.
Next topic.
Next topic.
It's
Did we have
switching
some
from
inviters?
ag and
Thank you.
food
Good to see you,
security.
Ed.
Thank you, guys. Switching from ag and food security
Can you sneak it out of
to
here?
biodiversity.
Yeah, nice to see you. Sorry. I
And
can't-
so,
It's okay.
I think Tom and Matt Annabelle are going to come up and join me. We also have Renee Randall from the Colorado Natural Heritage Program. She is on the Zoom. And today, just come on in. Sit wherever you want.
We just
think
need
I
to
need
make
to
sure
be-
that, we need to make sure you have a mic.
Next to Matt, so maybe we could switch.
Gary, we've got a PowerPoint too.
Would you have a little?
I've got a laptop or I have this.
Okay.
Michaela, do we?
Which one? This one?
Are we good?
Yeah, let's see. Yep, that one.
So did Cardamom
You
look
want
this
this
scruffy
one or
when he was
the
on the OST
PDF?
board?
I want the PowerPoint.
What's that?
Did he look this scruffy when he was on the OST board?
No, he was always well kempt and
Just gone over.
never said a word.
Wait
He
a
was
minute,
really
I don't know.
quiet.
Is the pot calling the kettle black here on Scruffy? I don't know.
So yeah, so we're excited about this because this has been a 3-year process to get to this point, and as open space and trails, from our perspective, biodiversity is a huge issue for us. We have a policy that we created back in 2016 to address biodiversity and to make sure that
Glad you're here, Michaela.
No kidding.
because I plugged in this.
Yeah, potentially.
While we're waiting, can I say something?
Sure.
I just wanted to say, years ago, when I was leaving the ACES board, when Tom was still at ACES, and he was contemplating his retirement and what he would do as a senior, as he joined in the spirit of Lewis and Elizabeth Pepkin and that the like.
That's
I told him he'd have to grow his hair out. He'd have to grow some hair, ear hair, nose hair, beard, all that. And I'm just so grateful that he listened. And now he has the stature of an elder in the community. And
I don't think he did
we
it
all take him
purposely,
so much
but
more
we'll give him
seriously
credit
now.
for it.
Take him more seriously now.
Yeah.
That's
much
Well,
more.
and everyone's been calling this Tom's study, and Tom wants to today hand it off to other people, but everyone still calls it, what's Tom's study going to say about this? And so,
When is Tom's study going to finally get here?
Well, Tom, I want to thank you for contacting me, us kind of being in contact about getting a presentation, and this was perfect to have both the Open Space and Trails Board and the BOCC here today. So unless you need more time on the BOCC agenda, you can always let me know. I'll find time for you.
And there's an agricultural connection too, so we'll be sort of a segue.
As long as you
your
bring
last
in
event.
elk stew like you did when we were over in Crested Butte for the kids' ski race that time.
Excuse me, so
I'll never forget that.
You are live again. This is just going to take a couple moments to get back online. I'm going to unmute you so you can continue discussion.
Okay.
And there you go.
So technically, we have everyone here. We have our room back, right?
Correct.
Grassroots, you're good? Perfect. Okay.
It's wonderful to be with you all in person.
It's
and,
nice to
and
see
those
you.
of you who are not quite here, Renee on our team is not quite here, but she's going to be presenting. Just to give you a quick rundown, the course of events today will be that I'll do a quick introduction, and then Renee is going to do a quick test drive of the study, as she's been doing with all of the science team members, all 8 agencies and organizations, as well as with several of the large landowners. And then I'll do a closing. And I have a quick question logistically at the beginning, and we're going to squeeze this into 30 minutes with some Q&A afterwards, I understand. If there's the option of having a little extra time at the end, or a little extra time in the window, I'd like to give it to Renee, because then she could do a 20-minute or a 25-minute test drive instead of 15. And so at your pleasure, whatever you say.
We have a little bit of wiggle room, but maybe only like 5 minutes.
Okay.
We can just cut our break a little short, because
And-
we have a time frame that ends our meeting today, because we have 2 members of the board that need to move on to something else.
Right. And I'm on a short leash, so I
You're always on a
apologize in
short leash,
advance
Tom.
for reading from a script so I can get through instead of going into some storytelling, which is my habit. And,
We're going to try and keep you focused, Tom.
in a nutshell, and you've got some advanced stuff on this, so I really don't have to dive into that much, but I think it's important to review the catalysts. There are 3 catalysts really for this study, which started germinating in 2017, and they are that there's a global recognition of problems with biodiversity. Dramatic insect declines, including pollinators, dramatic bird population declines, and vertebrates other than birds as well. Regional concern at that time and remains about dwindling elk, deer, and bighorn sheep populations. And then, as Gary mentioned, the county had adopted a biodiversity policy, an awesome concept. How do we put some legs under that concept and act on it? And the answer was with good science. And I said, well, somebody needs to do that. And then I got identified as the person who should do that. Thank you very much. I'm here not fishing or skiing today because of that, and happily. So that's in a nutshell the genesis of the study, why we're here. Important to point out, I set up Watershed Biodiversity Initiative as a nonprofit to orchestrate the study, to go under contract with the identified operator of the study, the Colorado Natural Heritage Program, and to make it really a public-private effort. So it wasn't the government doing something or some private entity or a single nonprofit doing it. It was the community really doing it, making the decision to focus on elk, deer, and bighorn sheep, and to also include some other species, to do it with CNHP, and to guide the thing all along the way. So we have been working with the science team, and and making sure that this is a truly community project and a public-private effort. And I think right now we need to dive into the test drive with Renee, and I'm assuming she's out there somewhere.
Renee, are you here with us? Yes. We really are doing
And
a test drive.
Renee was at one time the director of the Colorado Natural Heritage Program, and has effectively been the lead scientist on this study, along with several other excellent scientists who have worked on it.
Thank you, Tom. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes, we're finding it very interesting how that truck fits into biodiversity.
Well, thank you all. So yeah, Renee Rondo with the Natural Heritage Program. It's an honor to be here virtually. I wish I was there in person, but I am out of my office in just outside of Durango. I have limited bandwidth, so you can't see a video of me, but I'm smiling. And so thanks for the introduction, Tom. It has just been such a delight to work with Pitkin County Open Space and Trails and the science team behind it. I've been working for the Heritage Program since 1992, a lot of stakeholder type projects, and this one has been incredibly rewarding, and I think you'll see why. So what I've got here are a couple of about hopefully 10 minutes of slides, and then we'll dive right into our GIS analysis, and I'll zoom into the Aspen area so we can actually see what we've got. So let's keep going. And so what I'm going to do is provide an introduction to the available GIS map layers that we've developed over the last 3 years. And ideally, you'll become familiar with all the map layers and their potential uses, and discuss how you visualize this information being utilized. That's if we get a chance to do that in that Q&A period. And we definitely welcome your impressions and feedback, so happy to be here. So we have an overall study design, again, 3 years worth of work. As Tom said, deer, elk, and bighorn sheep are the focal species, and it's that habitat quality associated with them. And we combine that, because it is a biodiversity study, we combine that with an attribute called conservation importance, which I'll go into a little bit more details on that. And in the end, we can roll that up and we can come up with a decision support priority areas map. But what goes into that are these 8 indicators over here on the left-hand side. And I'll focus a little bit on the forage quality and the key areas, and then how we get to habitat quality, and finally decision support. So let's just look at this last page, as I call it the last page, and that is our overarching goal for the project was to develop a science-based set of models and maps to identify where is the best place for protection and restoration of natural biodiversity and habitat connectivity on a landscape scale for this 1 million-acre landscape. So it's a big landscape, and you know it well. This map, the colors, the purples and the greens are of high conservation value. And if your eyes are tending towards the red veins, which you know is the Highway 82 and 133, those are opportunities for conservation and linkages for connectivity that we've identified. So that big picture, if you're just going to look at one map, this big picture is that you all live in an amazing valley. It's very intact, while you have 2 main arteries that are showing up as opportunities to connect things. Really, it's a very intact system and pretty impressive. And I've had the honor to actually collect some of the field data, and it has just been a joy to work there. So moving into forage quality, this was our, I call it state-of-the-art science here, because we've done something that nobody else has done in the deer and elk world, which is amazing. And we conducted field studies, field work, and then we were able, with machine learning and some very sophisticated GIS analysis, to develop a wall-to-wall map of forage quality for both winter season and growing season habitat. So the darker the green, the higher the quality forage is. And when you get into the yellow, it's the lower quality forage. And so we have this, like I say, for both winter and growing season. And it has, I just got a call from the Esri, the GIS folks, that are the foundation for we're the software for this. And they're very excited about the project as well, mainly because of this machine learning that we did. It seems to be holding up quite well. Okay, so forage quality is one thing. We know that deer and elk need forage. That's easy. But you can't just think about forage. You've got to think about the other needs. And there are other needs that we focused on is a shelter. It's really important that these animals have a place to hide, whether it's from weather or whether it's from predators. And in addition, we know that we as humans have an impact on them, whether we like to think so or not. Even if we can see them in our backyard, we still have an impact on them. So we use a landscape disturbance index, I call it the human footprint, over here on the left-hand side. And the darker the red, the higher the impact. And so you can see that Highway 82 and 133 really show up. But you can really see these yellow lines over here, less of an impact, but still an impact. So that's our fragmentation that is incorporated into habitat. So now we have forage quality, we have shelter, and we have human landscape disturbance. And what we can do with that is come up with a habitat quality map. And so the purples and the blues are moderate and high quality habitat. And these brown colors are low quality habitat. And we can also start, once we have this map, we can say, hey, there's occupied habitat the CPW recognizes and has mapped. We call that the CPW winter range. And that's, if you split that out between private and public partnership ownership, there's 122,000 acres in private land and 147,000 acres in public land. And so a private-public partnership is key to the success of a functioning, viable population of deer and elk in the Roaring Fork Valley. And we don't want to lose sight. The deer and elk are fantastic animals and iconic, but things can fall through the cracks if that's the only thing we focus on. And so to make sure that we don't focus on just deer and elk, because this is a biodiversity study, we added in other attributes. We incorporated important ungulate use areas, which are winter habitat, basically concentration areas, production areas for elk and bighorn sheep, and sites of local significance. We also put in this biodiversity importance indicator, which we track a lot of the species, rare species that are in the valley. We know where they are. We incorporate that. Wetlands are critical for many, many things, whether it's carbon sequestration, beaver activity. They're incredible magnets for deer and elk and many other species. So we have, I'll show you a wetland map here. And then we put in a abiotic diversity model, and we roll it all up, and we get a conservation importance map that's here with the hotter colors having the highest conservation importance. So it's a lot to take in already, but then I'll just point to something that our test drivers have really been interested in. They've been interested in all of it, but this one really stands out, and it's what we call pinch points for deer and elk. And what we mean by pinch points is that these areas that are highlighted in red, they're high roadkill densities, that data we get from CDOT. And so high mortality from roadkill in these areas. And you'll see when we go live to the GIS that many of these areas that are high also have really important winter range on either side. So the animals are really trying to connect and cross, and hence they're getting killed. And so it's been quite obvious from our test drives that those are strategies, these pinch points are strategies that people are looking to right away. So Moving over to wetland mapping, we do have a study that's funded by EPA. Sarah Marshall at the Heritage Program is the PI on that. But the snapshot is that the valley is rich in wetlands. Our average for the state is about 2% of the land cover. And the upper Roaring Fork River watershed, right by Aspen, has our highest, over 4.5% of the landscape is considered wetlands of one form or another, which is quite high. Frying pan, upper frying pan is really important as well. And again, those are magnets for the animals, really rich for biodiversity and super important for wetting the sponge and keeping the water in the valley. So results of test drives, we've done at least 12 test drives with our science team and ranchers. And it's been an overwhelming thumbs up from all of them. It's just been delightful. And so I'll just give you a few summary bullets from U.S. Forest Service. They said they want to incorporate this into their planning scenarios, for example, wildlife treatment areas and new roads and trails. They want to use it as soon as they can. BLM, an example is they want to utilize this for winter range management, and this will further justify the seasonal restrictions on the crown. CPW, very interested in utilizing this, especially intrigued by the pinch points associated with high quality habitat. They've asked that we share this project with the state office, which I have done, and we'll be meeting them at the partners meeting in April to present more of this. So very much interested at a state office perspective. And the land trust, they all said extremely valuable for working with landowners. And the ranchers, they see their ranches and ranch operations when they look at this as an important piece of conserving deer and elk winter range, and they're quite proud of it. So that's sort of it in a nutshell. And so I'm gonna switch, and I'm gonna stop sharing my screen, I hope, and move to a different screen. Ugh. Let's see what I can do here. Give me a second.
Wow, that's beautiful, wherever that is.
Tiles.
Let's see. Okay, share screen, come on. I'm having trouble sharing my screen. I wonder why. One moment, if anybody has any questions while I fumble around
while
with
she's doing
these.
that, I'll start a list, lineup. Greg?
Sure. Should I ask now, or are you starting a list?
Well, if it's gonna take a little bit, then Kelly, Greg, why don't you go ahead?
I guess my first question is, this is great. It's super exciting, and I can see it informing all decisions going forward. We were looking at it on the 1 million acre scale just now, and I'm really eager to dive in. I want to look at the pinch points where we see the mortality rates, and I want to look at specific projects. And so I'm super excited about this, and I just want to go in closer. So I was hoping you all would do that.
We are going to go in closer, so hopefully you're seeing my screen. Again, and it should be a map.
Yeah, Renee, just one second, because Kelly has a question. Let's let her get her question.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thank you.
Sorry, I probably have a whole bunch of questions, but for right now, I'll just ask two, if that's okay. I'm curious if you mapped any endangered species presence that we'd be able to identify here. And then a bigger question is, what feedback did you get from ranchers, or how would you advise us to think about the tension with when we look at some of the ranches and efforts to promote piping ditches versus the habitat benefit that they offer? Like, how should we use this tool to think about that and wrestle with that tension?
Oh, well, Kelly, those are great questions. I'm not going to be able to answer all of them, but I'll start with that endangered species presence. If there are endangered species, I'm trying to think which ones you all have, and it's not on the top of my head, but if they're in our database, in the Heritage Program database, which they are incorporated into this. Now, we are very sensitive to showing you what species are there and stuff. And so the way we have done it is we've fuzzed it. So you can't, without coming directly to us, you can't tell what species is driving the high conservation value. So yes, that's a yes. And then in terms of ranchers and tensions and opportunities, it's hard to say. I'm not sure. I'm not ready to say anything about piping water versus other ways to deal with water. What I can say is that the irrigated agriculture lands are important to consider from a deer and elk perspective. We know that they use those properties at different times of the year, and there's tension even there. And while wild intact landscapes are probably better overall, agricultural lands are definitely important for deer and elk, and we give them a score of moderate because of that. And so as we dive in, you may be able to see that when we have worked with the ranchers, that the ranchers actually let us on their property, thanks to Tom doing a great job of introducing us. We have had test drives with those ranchers that allowed us to go on their property and collect data. And so far, the ranchers have just seen this as a great opportunity. And I'm going to leave it at that unless Tom or Matt want to add to that.
I would only say that what we've seen through this study is that ag lands, as limited as they are on a million acre landscape, are extremely important. And it's not because they have native vegetation, it's not because they have great wildlife forage, but they're places that offer food and security and a way to get from public land on one side of a valley to public land on the other side of a valley or to the river. And so they have received added value through this study compared to studies of just natural ecosystems. And I would hope would lead us to, and this is a conversation I'm having with several people, Perry Will included, of payment for ecosystem services to ranchers who are providing not the food they provide, which is valuable in itself, but providing ecosystem services, clean air, clean water, wildlife habitat, that sort of thing.
And real quick to Greg's point about the morbidity issues that were pointed out, those two really hot spots on Highway 82. I was just speaking with our Public Works Director about working with CDOT on some safety funding to try and get some sign, those flashing things. I know people can find them annoying, but it's better than finding your car crushed by, 10 elk at one time that happened down valley. So Greg, that's a really good point, and that's something that we can right now take benefit of.
Well, and we're also looking with the city of Aspen, we're going to start to look at the Cozy Point area, because that's obviously came up. You can see if you want to zoom in. I mean, we could zoom all day. You could play with this thing till the cows come home. It is a lot of fun to do, but that is one area that we will be looking at with the city of Aspen. Is not the easiest spot to do it, but we're definitely going to look at and work with CDOT and CPW and Brian and
I already opened up that discussion with Brian the last time I met with him, so that door is open and we can run through it as soon as we want. So, okay, Michael.
So will this thing eventually be accessible by lay people on the web so they can zoom in and take their look too?
Yes. Just spoke with Dave Anderson at CNHP yesterday. He's their director and chief scientist, and they're standing up in April something called Codex Colorado Data Explorer that anybody can access and explore data all over the state.
Beautiful.
The data will be particularly dense for this watershed because we're putting it in.
Right.
That's great to hear.
Yeah, we already use Codex from CNHP, but this, when it gets added to it, will be huge because we use it as open space, but it'll be amazing when the general public as a whole could use it.
Okay, I think Howie is rejoining us. Hi, Howie.
Hi, I'm sorry. I couldn't miss a Tom Cartman show.
So, did you have a question here, sir?
Well, I missed the part, maybe I missed the part that is of
No, you're on.
particular interest, not just to me, but it's our state animal, the bighorn sheep. What were your takeaways from this as to the rebirth, or the rejuvenation, or the rebuilding of the herd?
I have an answer for that question, but I wonder if we want to return to the flow here and get to it.
Okay, whenever it fits in.
And so Renee, you're in the middle. Go ahead.
I'm in the middle? Okay.
Thank you, Renee.
Well, I'm glad I can see you all. I'm sorry you can't see me again. Okay, well, this is a great conversation already. I hate to stop it, but I have a feeling you're going to have even more questions as we zoom in. So I did put those pinch points back in. You can see where Aspen is. We'll zoom in here in just a second. But these layers that we're talking about, I'm just going to click on some. I have a world imagery map, so we can use a satellite imagery if we get lost, so to speak. All these other things on topo maps on here. We have some CPW attributes that are public, and that's basically, I'm showing you their winter range and winter concentration areas. I may leave that up for just a second. We also have this co-map, so you can see if where you fit in from a public-private partnership. And when I zoom in here, you'll see open space parcels, but you can see where the private land, BLM lands and Forest Service lands are, so that's available. And then I'm just gonna turn on, this one is that overall map, and I'm gonna turn off those pinch points to, and so I turned the colors slightly different thanks to some test drivers. Any of the purple, so this is a big story, this is a big picture. Again, anything that's purple has conservation value, and any other color, it's either restoration or not great habitat. And so really that big picture is there's a lot to do in Roaring Fork. You have a lot of biodiversity conservation value. That's a big picture. So let's zoom in, and we'll zoom into the Aspen area, and we'll just start clicking on some of these layers to get you familiar with it, and we'll see how slow my GIS is. Anyway, these, while it's loading, these points are all the points that we collected field data over the course of the last 3 years. So I'll zoom into here, and we can zoom in even closer. But I'll give you the big picture first of the Aspen area. Let's start by asking the question, what do we know from CPW? And that's these, this is winter range that they have mapped, and it's a little hard to see. There's also severe winter range. It'll pop up here in just a second. But those winter range, there's no question winter range is super important for deer and elk, and a lot of the winter range is in the lower valley. So that's available. But let's just start. Let's just look at forage quality, right? And again, that forage quality is modeled. It's showing up that in the Aspen area. Turn this CPW stuff off. So I was just in the area, and I was with Tom, and I skied buttermilk a couple weeks ago. It's great as an ecologist to see what your study site looks like in the wintertime, and so I was grateful to go look at it, and I realized we actually have buttermilk area as forage, as habitat for winter, and it's not necessarily considered, it's considered a transition zone by CPW, and we did see elk or deer tracks in this area here, and it's showing up as forage quality is high, right? And so you can see there's Richmond Hill, all the way over to Snowmass. So any of these darker greens is high forage quality. That's one question. So this is just to give you a flavor. Let me turn on habitat quality. And so this is winter habitat quality. And again, the purples and the blues over here, I know this is Pekin County open space, as high habitat quality for deer and elk in the wintertime. We are in the transition area right here, so I'm gonna turn on summer and see what that looks like. This is growing season. Turn off this one. Takes a while to catch up. But so when you get to growing season habitat, because the aspen area has both. It's that real transition period. And again, you can see for the area around aspen, there's high quality habitat in both winter and summer. So that's how I view that. I'm gonna keep clicking on some things for just a second, just to get you familiar with this. There's bighorn sheep in here. And then I'm gonna show you those pinch points again. And I am gonna show you. Okay, let's see. It's easy to get too many, as Gary says. You can you can play with this and get lost in it for hours. But I'll point out. I'm looking at one last thing. Let's see what's going on here. I'm gonna go back to just winter. It'll be easier, I think, for us to look at it. Okay, so for winter habitat, these areas that are masked blue is what CPW has identified. And so I'm going to turn those off because it's masking something I don't want to see, but just note that there's a lot of important winter range there. And I'm going to turn that off. Okay, so now you can start to see the pinch points. They're just, see these red areas right here? They're much bigger if I take off the habitat quality. But I mean, you've got really high habitat quality over here and high habitat quality over here. The animals are trying to go back and forth and they're getting killed right here. So it's a great opportunity to put deer don't mind underpasses, but elk are not. They don't favor underpasses. They would rather go over an overpass is their preferred way of getting through a road pinch point. So some opportunities there, and if I put on the co-map, I will thank all of you. I'm impressed at how much county natural area lands have been protected in this area. So that's fantastic. And then I'm just going to show you one more thing here, and then I'll open it up and we can scoot around. So I'm going to turn off this one and turn off. Give me a second. Okay. Okay. So now, so this is that roll-up map where we put it all together. Right? We put all the biodiversity, all the restoration opportunities together, and again, it's nice to know that you can use all of these layers. But this one, anything that's purple has high conservation value. Here's your red areas that offer connectivity opportunities. And so it may resonate with you. I hope it does, as to what is in this aspen area and what opportunities are there. Pretty quick. And how much you all have done to keep this as a purple landscape, if you will. Okay. Yeah. I'll show you one more thing, just so that you know what we've got.
Cutoff for.
We could be here. You're right. We could be getting. We're getting lost. I think.
San Diego.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think.
Okay. I'll open it up.
And also, Patty, we can do one-on-ones with you guys if you want to. We could really work with you guys if you wanted to come in at a certain time, and we could go through this, and you could tell us to zoom into wherever you want. So if you really wanted to delve into, because honestly, we do get lost in this, because you could just do, okay, what is this piece of basalt look like, and we could do that. So we're welcome to do it, but we want to respect your time.
Right. Well, I think one of the key things for all of you is the board's going to need to know when we can access it in the middle of the night when we can't sleep and we want to stay up for the next 24 hours.
Right, and there'll be probably two different formats. One will be the sophisticated format where you'll need ArcGIS, and a lot of people don't have that. The county has it, and the science team members have it. Individuals often don't. Some of the ranchers are getting it because they want to be able to use it. And
that's good to know for those of us.
And then the other thing will be the codex, which will be available to the public, and Matt is specifically working on a for the public version that will be simplified so you can dive in a ways, and then if you need to dive deeper, you go to somebody with ArcGIS and say,
right,
help me through this. And another piece of this will be that I'll maintain a fund that will allow anybody that needs access to the scientists and the science at CNHP for technical assistance and science assistance, so they can, like with your Apple stuff, you call them and they just help you through things without charging you. Same will be available to the county, the citizens, the science team members.
That could be dangerous with this group.
I'm definitely up for one-on-one, Gary.
Yeah. I think this information is amazing, and I've gotten myself into other systems with the county, like just GIS mapping or assessors mapping stuff, and you find yourself going, oh, that was like 4 hours ago, and I'm just getting started.
Right.
Could be an art
Should
show, too.
maybe we segue, if I could give you 5 minutes of sort of big picture.
Yeah, 5 minutes, because I want the board to know that we do have a cutoff date here for people to leave at 4:15, but we still have a whole nother agenda.
Okay.
So Tom, since you're here.
So big picture, I'll just give you 6 examples of big picture ideas. And the overarching refrain of all of them is this study shows us where we can find the best quality habitat and look at all of it, because there's a ton of opportunities, and then focus in on the realistic, the practical way to connect big swaths of habitat, get over the barriers like Highway 82 and other lesser barriers that are fragmenters. So this study shows us where that's possible.
One sec, Tom. Hey, Renee, could you unshare your screen, please?
Yes.
Thank you, Renee.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that was great.
There you go. It's all yours.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Matt.
Hope you guys can be sharing this with our Eagle and Garco friends as well.
Yeah, we need them to take a look at this. So, yeah, Tom, go ahead.
So I'll keep rolling with as the images catch up to us, but it shows us where, and as Renee said, we've got a lot of high quality habitat. We have some places that are unraveling with blockages to connectivity and that good quality habitat, and we have the opportunity to start sorting through collectively, I think, agencies working with agencies and others to find ways to preserve big swaths of habitat, and back it up with defensible data.
I would keep going, Tom. We've got
yeah. So Highway 82, the big divider, divides our watershed in half, stitching that back together by identifying the spots that we just were with Renee, overpasses, underpasses, signs that are infrared catching animals coming up to the highway and telling you that they're there in the middle of the night, so you won't have a collision. Those kinds of things are all possible. Let me get to, so stitching back the fragmentation is one big idea. The other big idea is avoiding fragmentation with planning. With the Forest Service test drive, they said, let's take a hypothetical trail from a community to a mountaintop. Let's zoom in on that community. Show us where it works and where it doesn't work. And we zoomed right in, and we were able to demonstrate here, this is the good stuff for wildlife. You'd want to avoid that. Here's places of low or moderate habitat value. If you were going to put a trail there, that would be your choice for the sake of biodiversity. On a larger scale, connecting, imagine connecting the Maroon Bell snowmass wilderness through private lands, Light Hill, Emma Open Space, Lake Christine, Red Table. With, if you could just get a highway overpass there, you'd have done a small project in terms of acreage that connects hundreds of thousands of acres together and has huge positive impacts. And I'm going way off. I'm off my leash, but I've got to go fast. Bighorn sheep, how I asked about, what the study, it shows us where, because they need to be isolated, because of disease has decimated the herds. Think in terms of, we've got 450,000 deer in Colorado, 250 or 80,000 elk. Our state mammal is down to 7,000 animals. There used to be a couple 100,000 in 1850 probably. This study shows you where the big blocks of isolated habitat are that are either underpopulated or unpopulated, where restoring their numbers, we won't get back to 200,000, but it'd be nice to quadruple or quintuple their numbers. It is our state mammal after all. The study shows us where. The 4Bs, birds, the study, particularly riparian, shows us where we can recover their numbers because that's so important. Bear, we know that if they have big swaths of habitat to wander back and forth, they've gone all the way from North Star to the far side of Cypress and back per radio collar information, and we know that if they have that ability to roam, they don't show up in town so often, and so birds, bear, pollinators, habitat. We're focused on that because stakeholders said focus on that. There's a study that's been started, and we're going to lean on the shoulders of the GOTHIC, the Rocky Mountain Biological Lab, because they've been studying pollinators for 30 years. And probably maybe most important, big idea number 6, water is life, is a refrain we've heard. Our first snowpack is in the subalpine. Most of our moisture arrives there in the form of snow. It's captured and it's shaded and it's held there. The second snowpack are the wetlands just down gradient from the subalpine, in the subalpine and lower. That's what they look like if they're functioning as a second snowpack. I'm going to skip over that one we've already seen. But this is, can we get to this one, Matt? This is what, on the left, they shouldn't look like, but often do, and they can look like on the right, from riparian to riparian. That can be done with beaver. It can be done with human by hand projects, or with light machinery. Capturing that second snowpack is invaluable to biodiversity, agriculture, municipal uses, all of those things. And there's a tremendous amount we could do, particularly to that crystal drainage, which is the driest part of our watershed. And in a way that doesn't upset the ranchers by having beaver damming their ditches. The BRAT study, the Beaver Restoration Analysis Tool, we have the model. It shows us where on all the streams in the county, in the watershed for that matter, are the best places for restoration, either with beaver or with human ingenuity. The beaver are more ingenious, but we do our best.
Riparian restoration? Just riparian restoration, you mean?
That,
in those places, in that last
That
map?
last one shows us where the riparian is most, riparian/wetland.
Yeah,
Okay, we have now exceeded our break time, and we have our next presentation waiting in line, so, but Tom, you need a wrap-up, right?
The next step is that, as I said, I'm going to provide the capacity for the community to access this information either at its sophisticated, deep level or at test drive light level so that anybody can access it and understand.
And we will be very helpful in getting that information out to our public.
And thank you for supporting this from the beginning. Open Space Board, the
thanks
county,
goes back to all of
the
you.
community.
That's fantastic.
Amazing. We're not going away. We're still here to help.
And I can't wait to play with it.
That was really great. Thank you so much.
Beaver, Tom, you never go away.
Yeah. And he's always busy.
No matter how many times he's trapped.
And he's always busy. And I think that the most beneficial thing for the county is that I am already seeing where we can apply this information to land use decisions, conservation easement decision, you know, how we're going to preserve what we have left and want to preserve within our valley.
Well, we're already using it. mean,
Well, and I
we're
wanna-
using it internally.
Trail decisions.
Already. Yeah.
And I
We made a
think
whole
we will,
meeting.
we will be not shy in
definitely.
sharing it with our
Tell me
neighbors
some
directly.
times and we'll get together.
Right,
Okay.
thank you guys. I'm gonna give the
Thank
break
you all.
5 minutes.
Thanks very
We're
much.
really gonna take a
OSTB
5-minute break.
is adjourned.
I thought it was interesting, Gary, that the only
Thank you, Gary.
area
Bums
name
rush on
that
that. I
came up
wanted
at the
more.
beginning was
That's
the Crown.
unbelievable.
That was so interesting. You know, it had those 4 points.
Like,
Thank you. Perfect timing. Okay, this is a continuation of the Board of County Commissioners work session meeting today on Tuesday, March the 1st, 2022. I'm sorry we are running a little bit behind, but we are moving on our agenda. Next item is a work session about the low-income senior tax relief program. And Chad, I think you are leading the way on this. All right, the floor is yours.
Yes, I am.
And Nan's here again.
Yep, Nan's here again.
She's back. We knew she couldn't go far.
She's not really leaving.
But she's going to have to work for Lindsay, though.
You're like a ghost, you know, and they'll go, oh my God, is that Nan?
It's Nan again. Okay, Chad, go ahead, please.
Sure, thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Chad Fitz. I'm the manager of senior services for Pickens County. And that was a really very fascinating presentation right before. And now, as John Cleese would say, now for something completely different. Hopefully just as interesting. So I know you've had a long day, so I want to kind of keep this brief and succinct for all of you. But about 30 years ago, Senior Services, along with some other partners, created the Low-Income Senior Tax Relief Program. In a nutshell, it's a program that provides more or less cash relief in the sense of a rebate for low-income older adults in the county and other jurisdictions within the county, say the city of Aspen and the school district of the Aspen School District. It was meant to serve those lowest income older adults who in layman's terms were land rich and cash poor, and has had a lot of success over its legacy of the program. My predecessor, Marty Ames, was one of the brainchild of the program. And so this become a staple yet small program of the department, and one that has a lot of impact to those older adults that it serves. In your packet, I included a number of graphs with mainly the historical data of the program for your reference, and just for your awareness. The eligibility, more or less, of this program is twofold. One, you're over 60 years old, and two, you make roughly around 250% of the federal poverty level, which in 2021 is around $32,000 for a single person and about $43,500 for a couple, or so. Historically, throughout the tenure of the program, we've had maybe about an average of 20 to 21 eligible participants, and one of the graphs shows about the average award per year and then per client. So, for example, looking at 2021's data in chart number 3, the average was just under $300 per client. That fluctuates historically as property values fluctuate well, but that kind of gives you a glimpse into at least the historical progress of the program. I want to pause there because I wasn't planning to go through all the historical aspects of the program, which I will admit were extremely difficult to find in writing. From 30 years ago. It was fascinating, but it took a little time. So I wanted to pause if any of the commissioners have questions about the program itself or historically.
Does anybody have any questions for Chad? No, I don't see any just yet. So Chad, you can continue. Great information.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for your research.
Sure. But the main reason I'm here today, kind of presenting some historical context, is to present the opportunity to reevaluate eligibility of the program. Historically, as I said, eligibility has been based off of an older adult and being around the 250% of federal poverty income threshold. What I would like to ask for guidance on today is adjusting those eligibility requirements, not examining age, leaving that in place, but examining the income thresholds of eligibility. Considering I present a few options here at 300 and 400% of eligible a federal poverty level. You'll see that later in the toward the end of the packet. I'm sorry. I also present in chart 5 the estimated demographics of those older adults living in Pickens County at those different benchmarks of 200, 300, and 400% of federal poverty level. I don't include the 250 because that data is typically not measured at the half 100 percentiles. And so with the current program, I gave estimations about the 250%. Which we feel are pretty accurate to historical data, at least, since we have 30 years of precedent there. Particularly related to data that was presented by Human Services at the Board of Social Services a number of weeks ago in relation to the cliff effect. If you examine chart 5, that 400% poverty level of older adults that's just under 1,300 is very similar to the cliff effect in relation to the livability scale that Sam from Economic Assistance discussed as far as the livable wage in relation to living in Pickens County. The difference I would suggest that is somewhat presented in chart 4 as far as monthly expense breakdown for older adults. So older adults typically, and in estimation in Pickens County, have much lower incomes than a livability scale would suggest. And so in considering that information, considering the demographics of our county, which latest data strongly suggests that between 20 to 25% of the county's population is currently 60, and that trend will not, depending who you talk to as far as demographers go and data analysis, that trend will not start to taper off or at least level off for probably the next 3 decades, maybe 2.5. It's extremely difficult to know. But if you examine just the historical data of the program, we have seen both the participation and even the allotment of the program increase gradually and statistically. And so I feel, given that information, given the high cost of living, the lower income thresholds that many older adults have both nationally and here locally, staff recommend that we examine the possibility of increasing the income threshold to roughly 400% of federal poverty level, which I highlight briefly in proposal B towards the end of the packet of this section. So 400% of poverty, at least currently, for a single individual is just over $51,000. For a couple is just under $70,000 annually. In relation, those income levels in relation to the data that Sam presented around the cliff effect, livable wage, and income levels a number of weeks ago at the Board of Social Services, it is right on par and slightly underneath those particular levels. And given the challenges that some older adults face, I feel that it is appropriate benchmark to adjust the program if the program still mission is still to serve those older adults that have low incomes that may, again, in layman's terms, be land rich and cash poor. So that's it in a nutshell. Try to be succinct to be respectful of all your time.
Great.
So we'll pause there if there's any questions or clarifications I could provide.
Thank you, Chad. I'm looking at the board. Does the board have? Yeah, Kelly, please.
Thanks. Can you help me understand how this program has any interaction with the homestead exemption? Are seniors still eligible to go after the homestead exemption as well if they are?
Yes, great question. Thank you, Kelly. Historically, yes, the homestead exemption did not disqualify from this program. It would just be factored in. However, I recently learned that the Homestead Act will be fading out of existence, I think this year. And so that will no longer be an aspect of consideration.
I have a question there. Is it fading out or are they zeroing it out? I didn't know they could actually take it away. I thought they could just totally defund it.
If I recall correctly, and I may have double checked my information, the answer is both.
That's a good answer.
Yeah, not great answer, but they're defunding it and using those funds because historically they have been very highly underutilized, and streamlining those funds to stay within the realm of senior services and aging, but not solely directed toward the Homestead Act.
So if in the future they wanted to refund it, the act would still be there, and so it wouldn't be like we had to start all over again. So the act is just kind of going to be in that stagnant stage until funding issues may change in the future. And I think one of the big reasons it wasn't really utilized is because a lot of people didn't really know about it. And we were trying to educate our senior population.
Very true, and it was somewhat a cumbersome program, and the benefit, depending on income levels and property values, didn't necessarily seem that beneficial to some older adults. And you also couldn't, to some degree, if you wanted to move or downside, you would have to start the time frame all over again.
Right.
So for some people, and it didn't work for others. I can investigate that a little further and come back at a board of social services to add some clarity on that.
That would be great.
Can I just chime in on that really quick, Patty?
Okay, go ahead,
Sorry.
Kelly.
Yeah, no, my understanding with that too is that it wasn't a totally means-based program. And I'm thinking, I know that there's some conversation at the legislature to do a income tax credit that would, for folks who can't qualify for the homestead exemption because they haven't lived in their, they're renters or they haven't owned their property for 10 years. So just something else to track.
Great, thanks, Kelly.
Yes.
And for me, because of what we're seeing with inflation, cost of living, just cost of living, really, living, I would like to see us go to the 400%, as you have recommended, Chad. But I would like it, because it's a budgetary issue, I think that we'll come back to the board on the budget cycle. I think we can evaluate it on a year-to-year basis if we see what would be great, a decrease in cost of living or some balancing out of what's, the norm that we don't know what our new norm is going to be, that we could then reconsider the use of this, if it's appropriate at 400%, maybe back it off in the future, or maybe keep it status quo. But I think that gives us an opportunity to help people out now, and I think people are desperately in need of any assistance we can, bless you, we can find for them and provide for them, and then evaluate it on a year-to-year basis to see if the world is stabilizing or not. Wishful thinking on my part, maybe, but I think that's a positive. So do I have?
I will.
Yeah, go ahead, Chad.
I'm sorry. Working on this proposal about starting a year ago, working with the City of Aspen staff, they were very interested in in increasing the threshold and trying to simplify the process for older adults. As far as I'm aware, historically, the program has always been at 250% of federal poverty, which adjusts every year accordingly to inflation, correct? And so I would be more than happy to examine that further moving forward. If we do in fact increase it to 400%, this would not take into effect until next year, as we're in the middle of the application process at the exact moment. And so those exact dollar or income levels will slightly adjust going into next year. But I think my point is that this is somewhat of a it's a very meaningful and legacy program at the department. It does help those individuals who are the lowest of the income levels in our community that are older adults. It is kind of the foundation of the program is to help those individuals with the lowest level incomes. And so looking at the cost of living now and et cetera, the 400% does make a lot most sense to me. I would be a little concerned about fluctuating it drastically year to year. But if that's the direction the board would like to go, I'm happy to investigate that. And historically, it's always been a part of the department's budget, this program. It's not funded outside of my budget in the regard. So it's always been a line item in the senior services budget that I and we have planned accordingly for.
Yeah, and
I would like to mention that historically, as far as I'm aware, we've never really done maybe a meaningful job of outreaching and promoting of this program. So that would be something I would like to investigate further, and which could, given historical numbers, I gave projections of what a budget could look like, but if we did some more meaningful outreach, those projections I would anticipate and hope would be higher.
Okay, and I'm in no way saying we should drastically fluctuate year to year. I'm saying we just should have the opportunity to evaluate what the program is doing, how many people we're serving, if there's a greater need or a lesser need or different numbers. I just think that should be part of the discussion. And I'm assuming I'm going to look at Nan. This will come back through, and John, the budgetary process. So that gives us an opportunity to discuss it as we move forward for the 2023 budget, which I know we've already started.
That would be my understanding how that would come through, unless Chad or Nan have a different thought about the process.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
Yeah.
Greg, please.
Just on when it says budgetary impact none, I'm trying to understand why it says none there. It seems that there would be a budgetary impact. I would still approve I would approve your recommendation, but I'd love to understand that. I'm trying to wrap my head around that.
It'll be in the 2023 budget impact, so maybe it's.
So it's budgetary impact none this year, but there will be a budgetary impact.
Yeah.
Correct.
If we approve it in the budget for next year.
But yeah.
Yeah, that was my thinking, that this is something that's always been in the senior services budget, that we based off of this year's budget from last year and historical trends. So moving forward, there could be greater budgetary impact than historical. It's based on how many people who are eligible apply.
Great. I just think we should make sure to track that and keep us informed of it when the opportunity comes up. It should be part of the reporting, so there are no surprises.
Yes, and in chart 1 in your packet shows the historical data of how many people have been eligible that have applied. Never more than 30 in a year, over the 30 years.
Wow, okay. Thanks, Chad. Francie, do you have any comments?
I do not. It was very clearly presented.
Thank you. Kelly, are you good? Okay. So Chad, anything else? Nan? Now this is your
I guess I just need a little clarification. Sorry. I mean, I'm okay with this moving forward now for the next property tax cycle, which will be before November. So I think what I'm hearing from Chad is that they may overspend that line item this year, but they may not. Am I correct in hearing that? Like if we direction now, then it's going.
No. Good question. I can clarify. I don't anticipate this change would not go into effect until next year. So this year, we're already processing applications for the current year, which examines last year's tax season, right? And so this would not take into effect, if it does, until 2023. So no, I wouldn't anticipate large increase of applications this year based off of historical data, at least.
So I think one thing to keep in mind, and sorry to jump in on my last chance, you know, we, as Chad is saying, he has this budgeted in his budget. We will assume 2023, and the Human Services Fund balance could handle any significant overages, at which point we would come back to you to reconsider if it's highly used and there's a huge demand. Our fund can cover 1 year of super over expenditure. So not to worry next year. And Chad will stay in touch with you and the Board of Social Services on how it's going and how it's being utilized.
Thank you, Nan. Okay, any other questions from the board? Any other statements we want to bug Nan with while we have the opportunity? She's here. She's in front of us. We got her. Again, Nan, thank you. Thank you for your years of service. And you know, Nan, you're finally getting your way.
Yeah, I'm getting my Nan's way. Wait till you come over here and see it. I
We haven't
cannot
voted
tell
yet.
you how much it means to me to have a road named after me. It's thrilling. And to have it here at my favorite place at the Human Services Building, oh my gosh. What a gift. Thank you so much.
And you do know how appropriate it is because it's Nan's way to the highway.
That's right. There's only one way, and it's Nan's way.
It was just too perfect. It was irresistible, Dan. Okay.
I also might just add that I got about 3 different no's before that turned into a yes to become Nan's way, which is just so typical of Nan's way. You know, you don't stop. You just you keep going until you get it your way.
Yes.
And we were determined on that one for sure. We were determined.
Thank you.
All right, Nan, love you. Be safe out there. Enjoy.
Bye, guys.
Okay. Thank you, Chad. Thank you, Lindsay. Okay, we are now moving to, what do we have next? We have citizen interview. Yay. So this is an interview for Karen Keeney, who is applying for our Senior Services Council. Would you like to come up to the front mic here? This mic is on right here, right? How are you today?
Great.
It's nice to see you, and thank you for being here. So we take, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 minutes, you know, whatever, just to, you know, ask you some questions. And the first thing is, it'd be great if you would introduce yourself and tell us, you know, why you are so keen into the wonderful Senior Services Board, because it's a great board to be on.
Oh, well, first of all, I didn't even know there was one until I read about it in the newsletter in January. And I've been looking for something that I could volunteer to do. And I thought that would be a great thing to serve on. And so I applied. Although I haven't gone on the senior trips, I have gone a few times to have lunch when I was invited by other people. I do know people I live at the country inn, and I know seniors who love going there for lunch. And I just thought it would be interesting. Plus, I am a senior, 76, so it's also rather self-serving.
And how long have you lived in our community?
Since 1971.
I was going to say, yeah.
Although I've left and come back and left and come back, but this is home.
Yeah, it's great, it's great. So questions, I know Greg probably, he always has good questions.
Well, hi, it's great to see you.
Good to
And
see
I'm
you.
so glad you've applied to this. This is wonderful. You have an interesting background. You seem to be particularly tech savvy for a senior, because I know so many seniors who have stopped trying to do web design and development, and it seems like you've dug into that in recent years. And I'm just wondering what you can bring skill-wise to this Senior Services Council. Not that they're going to be putting you to work doing that, but you've got an interesting perspective and a really interesting background, and I'm just wondering how you can contribute to this.
To that. I am interested in increasing the communication to get people to put articles in the newspaper, which is something I think Patty was interested in. As far as web design, I studied it at CU Boulder and did an extensive web page in 1996, I think.
Oh, it's been a while.
Yeah, I was one of the first people to create a website there, but of course it disappeared when I left. And then when the city changed to a new website in '09, I did the whole parks department, not recreation, but parks, and shot all the pictures and did that and loved doing it. And the very day that it went live, I was laid off.
Oh.
So
Oh.
I haven't designed any web pages since then.
Not this, okay.
But it would be great fun, and it's so easy now. It's just a matter of filling in blanks. You don't have to write HTML anymore.
Right,
which was
right.
Yeah,
intensive.
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Francie, do you have any questions?
No, but I love that you're interested in doing this, and I know Steve will be on cloud 9.
Yeah.
And I just really admire you for wanting to be a volunteer. I think it's amazing.
Thank you.
And you do
It's a
know you
pleasure.
can go to lunch at the senior center without being invited. You can just show up on your own.
I know that. I have to make a reservation, though.
Yeah, I know. I need to
call
get
in.
out there. I need to be calling and making some reservations. Kelly, did you have any questions for Karen?
I don't know, Karen, nice to see you. Thanks for applying. It definitely, that board has room for interested, caring people. So thank you.
Okay, now the biggest question is, do you have any questions for us?
What do you expect of the council?
Good question. We expect them to live long, healthy lives.
No problem.
And they're always involved. They are always coming up with new ideas or bringing back old ideas, because I think in some cases that's more than appropriate. I think they meet a lot. They're very social. They come up again with great ideas, and it's. I was really involved, like as Steve is now, is really involved in previous terms at office with senior services here and on a regional basis with Northwest Colorado Council of Government. So it's kind of fun to be, when Steve brings us back information, what's happening locally, regionally, across the state and beyond. So I think there's going to be issues where in the future we're going to need the senior council to be helping us with maybe legislative input, and because times are changing, and we're hoping that we can get, with our demographics changing, we can get more state, local, federal funding for our senior programs. So I think that will be important.
Patty?
I do remember I have a question. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I wanted to ask you about your work in Oceania. Were you there for when you did your research?
Yes, I went to Pitcairn Island, which is one of the most remote islands and extremely difficult to get to. I found on the internet a captain from New Zealand who had a small sailboat, and I had completed the necessary work for my master's except for 3 or 6 credit hours, and I thought I will do an independent study and write a thesis, and no one in the anthropology department at the master's level had written one, and I thought I will do that because it's much more fun to do something original than to sit in classes. So I went down there for 99 days and nights.
Wow.
It was a beautiful, beautiful island.
And the captain sailed you there?
Yes. costs quite a bit of money.
And how long?
I was imagining a beautiful sailboat, my hair wafting in the air, and pictures, and it was miserable. It was a huge storm, the perfect storm, as the film came out, not about that, but raging storm for 3 days and 3 nights. And when I got there, I thought, I will never leave this island again, because I didn't want to go back. But after 99 days and nights, I was quite ready to leave.
Even to weather a storm.
Yes, any storm. Because
Wow, what an experience. So it was a 3-day trip, or was it longer than that to get?
3 days and nights.
3 days and nights. Oh,
Yeah,
all
and
in a
then
storm.
back.
Well, I lived on a sailboat for 3 years, and we had some pretty major storms. In fact, a full-on classified storm, and we lost our mast and all that stuff. So I can totally relate to what that voyage was.
Especially
like
for
you.
someone from the mountains.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's frightening.
Yeah.
That would be very frightening.
I wanted to ask Patty. Patty, could you tell us,
Oh, I'm
and
like-
is there anything you want to share with Karen, or you'd have to come up, but just regarding, you'll be working with senior council, I assume, and what happens?
What happens?
What happens at these meetings, these shindigs that you put on?
We meet monthly, and a lot of the work that we are, we always take input and ideas from the council and from anyone who wants to suggest areas for us to work on. But, we have a sort of guiding document, which is the Picken County Age-Friendly Initiative. It evolved out of the Aging Well Plan, which started in 2013. So the Age-Friendly Initiative is a set of 8 domains, and this is a sort of international concept of age-friendly communities to make our communities great places to live at any age. And of course, we focus on, older adults, but some of the things that we work on are access to transportation, access to healthcare, something that Karen mentioned, communications. How do we communicate with older adults in the community? How are their voices heard in the community? How do we engage? So that's a very important area. And housing, of course, and healthcare. These are all areas that we're focusing on for the year to come. And Chad, if Chad has anything to add about particular areas that we're emphasizing, but it's all exciting and important things. So we're thrilled to have some enthusiastic council members to help us move some of these things forward.
Great, thank you.
Chad, do you have anything else to add to that?
Thanks, Patty. All I would add is, the senior council is the voice of the older adults in the community. And so I and the staff rely on the council to elevate the conversation of aging. The staff can do so much as the experts in our field, but it's the council and the citizens of the community that have the strongest voice. And we rely on those voices to steer our direction and to check in that we're doing what the community is asking us to do or is hoping that we can actually do for them. So it's raising that conversation to normalize aging in a way. We're all going to age if we like it or not. We might as well like it. So
You might as well do
I'm
it
with
right.
it.
Yeah. Well, and Karen,
So it's great to have it very enthusiastic and engaged council members, and I'm very happy to move forward now.
Thank you. So can we adopt our appointments by resolution? So the board will have a little discussion, and then we do it at our regular board meetings, which are on Wednesdays. Our next one is the 9th. And I have a feeling the board will have a decision by then. And I don't know when your next senior council meeting is?
It's always the third Wednesday of the month, so I think it's on the 16th of March.
So you will hear back
But
from us.
luckily, Karen can attend if it's not official yet. She attended our last meeting, so, but it's always good to have.
We have a
it
busy
official.
meeting on the 9th, but we might have some room in there.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah.
Great.
All right, thank you. Thanks, it was good to
Thank
see you.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Karen.
Thank
So,
you.
Patty,
Thank you.
nice to see you. Probably see you
Nice
on
to meet you.
Saturday.
Nice to meet you.
Okay,
Great, thanks.
moving along, we do have Brian Pettit, we have Tracy, and we have, Dave, you gonna be part of this discussion? You wanna come up to the table, or you gonna sit in the back corner?
I know you talk fast, Brian, but I'm gonna make a quick trip away. I'll be back before you're done.
Okay, Mr. Pettit, we were talking about you earlier and animal safety issues on the highway with CDOT. We've got some hot spots for our new biodiversity study that were pointed out to us, so we'll be in touch. So, hi Tracy, how are you?
Hi, Commissioner Clapper. I'm well. How are you?
Good. So we are going to go ahead and get started because I guess this project is a week away, 2 weeks away.
Probably about 2 weeks away. Weather permitting, we're going to move into clearing and grubbing some of the shrubs and trees in the area where there won't be a lot of impacts. But why don't I go ahead and I have a deck I'll just run you through. I think you have it in your packet, but I'll just kind of touch on it quickly because there's a great timeline in there. So let me share my screen.
Okay, just so the public knows, this is a discussion about the CDOT project on Highway 82 from I think the ABC to Castle Creek Bridge involving the roundabout and other pavement issues and public safety issues.
Exactly. You kind of wrapped it up perfect. We kind of are doing some work in the corridor. And I think one of the things people have been confused or worried about is they're feeling like we're going to have 7 months of an impact in the roundabout when actually we're not. So I'll get to that in a minute on the timeline. But what we are doing is some operational safety improvements on the roundabout and also some paving from the Airport Business Center up. There will be some work on Castle Creek Bridge again, and I'll get to that in a moment, and there'll be some work on Maroon Creek Bridge as well. But what's important to note is that, again, middle of March, we'll start some clearing of shrubs and trees. There won't be a lot of traffic impacts with that work. Middle of April is really when the major work begins on the roundabout, and that's when we instigate the McLean Flats detour. And that was something, again, the county has been great partners in because we know that we need to kind of spread out the volume of traffic. But the important thing to note is the work on the roundabout, the contractor has a milestone date to have that work done by the end of June. So it's a really pretty quick hit. We get in there, we get the work done, we use the McLean Flats detour route. But another thing for me to point out about that is we won't be pushing passenger vehicles one way or the other. People will have a choice. They will kind of start to figure out the most efficient way for them to get into town. They can choose to stay on 82, or they can get on McLean Flats. And really the first week of the project is when you start to see people kind of figure out their rhythm for what they're going to do. Now, the one thing that does happen is that any commercial vehicles, freight, buses do stay on the Highway 82 route, and we do maintain a lane throughout. So after the roundabout piece is wrapped up, we do move into night paving, which is not something we always do, but we will be doing the paving at night to lessen impacts from the AABC in. And that's, again, something folks might not be aware of. You know, there's a good chance we'll hear some complaints and worries about noise, but we'll be pushing out a lot of public information about that work coming so people can be aware that it's happening. And then the Castle Creek Bridge portion, and this is something CDOT really took into account phasing with the city of Aspen, doesn't happen until the fall. So again, we're trying to not be as impactful in those really high traffic impact times. A lot of people are saying, why Castle Creek Bridge again? Castle Creek Bridge is an aging structure and maintenance is part of it. And we are replacing a bridge joint there, which the gentleman that lives underneath Castle Creek Bridge will be really happy about because that thing gets noisy when it's not operating well. And again, that should be probably 4 to 5 weeks at the most on that work. And when we put that project piece in, the detour route that was used earlier for the safety operational improvements on Castle Creek will be that Power Plant Road Cemetery Lane detour out. So we have a lot of traffic control, a lot of our methods of handling traffic will be taken into account. And then we're really supposed to be wrapped by early October on the entire corridor of work that we're doing. Let me go to the next slide. You all, I think, have already seen a lot of this. You know the background. One of the important parts about the work we're doing is that the roundabout will be paved back in concrete. So we won't, it has a longer lifespan. We won't see as many issues with the potholes we know that almost swallow cars out there during this time of the year. So that's helpful. It has been awarded to United Companies, which is a Colorado-based contractor, and I have been working with them quite often in the last 2 years, and they really prioritize traffic control and public information. So I do feel like people are going to get the information that they need, and I'll get into that a little bit more. But this partnership was based on the city of Aspen and Pitkin County coming to the table to help us, get that alt route in place. So again, April to June. So really when you'll start to see traffic impacts is that mid-April, weather permitting, you'll start to see us doing the construction work on the roundabout. This graphic is showing you that we will be maintaining one lane of traffic entirely through the construction of the new parts of the roundabout. And Brian, jump in if I miss anything on that. You might have a little more detail than I do. We haven't even gone into our pre-construction meeting. That's actually on Friday. So this is really just us trying to get out and let people know it's coming and to kind of start thinking about what they're going to do while we're here. Brian, do you have anything about the roundabout you want to add?
Well, I was going to say it's one lane in both directions.
Yes.
Correct. Yeah. So just to make that clear. So it's actually, it's not different than it is today. So the concern of backups is legitimate, but it may not be as bad as people are making up in their mind. And as Tracy said, I think people would take the McLean Flats route as they do today as backups occur. And there'll be a normalization there for traffic going in and out of town.
And what's important that we've been hearing is people's concern about being able to get onto the McLean Flats detour, but there's a very robust, again, traffic control plan in place for how we taper people down, and you can either get into, and there'll be also flaggers helping. So there's, they can provide a break in traffic if they need to, but I can't stress enough how people are really going to have to slow down and pay attention coming into the work zones, because we know that's always an issue. And I also know that some of the challenge we have is that our visitors, are not familiar, but it'll all be very well delineated. There'll be a lot of portable VMS boards out there kind of talking about the work that's going on. So, we'll do our best to be getting information to folks. Oops, I'm going the wrong direction. Sorry about that. Oh, hold on. Okay. You all know the route, McLean Flats Road. I think the important part for you to recognize is that we've met with EMS and law enforcement. We're already in meetings with them. They're highly tied into the project. Any information they want us pushing out, any support they need, they're going to get. And Brian can also talk to the fact that we are putting extra flaggers in place on this detour route to alleviate some of those concerns people have about being able to break into traffic if they need to come off of, is it Terrance, Brian? I get that wrong.
Trentaz.
Trentaz, okay.
Yeah.
And the intersection at Smith Hill Way. And also if we have an EMS response, there's going to have to be some way that we're, getting folks in. I will tell you one of the things that came up in that meeting that we do need to dig a little deeper into is the potential conflict with bicycles and pedestrians, and what we can do to kind of educate people about how to be really safe out there. That's a tricky one. This may not be a good year to ride that road. I don't know. So a little bit more to come on that, but we have taken all that information from our stakeholder partners and we'll bring it to the contractor. Again, that May to July timeframe will be the asphalt repave from Aspen Airport Business Center, ADA ramp replacement, guardrail, all kinds of things like that will be happening. And that does include night work. Again, trying to lessen those impacts to people during the day. The Castle Creek Bridge work in the fall, we do have to replace that bridge joint and do some deck repair work there. I think we also have to do some what's called crack repair on the structure. But again, I know people are wondering why, but it's, I think the city did a great job with their operational safety improvements, but they, needed to wait for the state to fund the bridge joint repair. We've been talking to folks. We did a town hall this morning with ACRA. We had about 60 people signed up and they recorded that meeting to send out to their membership base. So again, people should know this is coming and how to think about it. But we are asking, to think about flexible work hours again, work at home options. I know the service industry doesn't have that flexibility, but maybe others do. The carpooling conversation and utilizing transit, the city of Aspen did get the council to approve some more funding to put some more buses into operation. One thing that's not on here that I'd love to bring to BOCC, because it's come up a few times, is funding to put more WeCycle, maybe out at the Buttermilk parking area. And I think it came up at EOTC, I'm sure at one point as well, but it came up again in questions that I honestly don't have the answer to, but it might be worth, that question a little bit further. And then probably the biggest piece of this is just how to connect to the project. So we're encouraging people to email us their email, and we put them on a stakeholder list. I know many of you are on my Glenwood Canyon stakeholder updates that you get weekly. This project will have that same cadence of information. So on Fridays, we'll talk about the work that's progressed, and we'll talk about the work that's coming and kind of what to anticipate. A couple meetings that are scheduled that haven't happened yet are with the school district and with our RAFTA partners. But again, there shouldn't be anyone that doesn't know this is coming. And if you want information on the project, you just really need to connect to it. If you don't want to give us your email, those updates will also be on the CDOT website, and all that stuff will start to be populated more frequently before next week after my pre-construction meeting. And I'll go ahead and stop sharing this. I'll be sure this deck is on the website too for anybody that wants to maybe download it and share it with their employees. And I'll be sure Brian or anyone at the county, I think it's in your packet probably, but as we get more updates, even on the methods of handling traffic, we'll be able to put that into this deck. And I'll come back from sharing to answer any questions.
Actually, I was going to ask to keep the sharing on.
Yeah, I wanted to.
If we
Okay.
could go- I had a question, if you're.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Francine. I'm just trying to write it down so I don't.
Regarding Smith Hill Road and the intersection with Cemetery Lane, or no, what is that called? Coming off of right before the bridge, where you
Upper River.
where you come off of
Power plant?
Yeah, well, going through that intersection, even today, the traffic on McLean Flats Road builds up where you've got cars backed up all the way down, almost down to the hill above Stein Park, even on busy mornings. So I can anticipate that being a traffic gridlock in there. And then Smith Hill, if a lot of people are trying to get on that, what specifically is CDOT doing, or are we doing with flaggers to help keep that safe? Because I can just see a lot of cars backed up trying to make the turn onto Smith Hill or off 82 back on to go back down Valley on the McLean Flats. And there's going to be I think there'll be a lot of traffic backed up. Can they work with timing the lights, for instance? Is that going to be taken into consideration as we go into this?
And maybe I can answer that because I talked to Andrew about that, Tracy, which is we can, if it's a problem getting onto Smith Way, we can mess with the timing at Brush Creek and provide bigger gaps than at Smith Way, which would allow those cars to flush.
I like that technical term. We can mess with it. I
Delay
like
it.
that. Yeah. Greg, are you finished?
Yeah, and then just on the uphill side, right on Cemetery Lane, that light backs up all the way down for probably a third or half a mile even, and so I can anticipate that's going to be a choke point, and maybe the light will get adjusted for that as needed, or they're on top of it, I hope.
Yeah, they've looked at all, they'll look at all of that, and they will also, a lot of times these projects need to get started so we can kind of see what's happening with the impacts and then make those adjustments. So we're not going to have it perfect out of the box. That's kind of typically what happens. And what we also are doing is traffic counters on the detour route, and you'll see that, so we can kind of get a sense too of like how traffic is, how they're moving, and if we're seeing more on McLean Flats. I'll share one more thing in here that I don't have a slide on, but we all know we're very aware of, is that I will be supporting the county on PIOing, but also CDOT on the Canyon PIOing. And so there's going to be that conversation about what happens if the Canyon goes down and we know that Independence becomes a freeway of alternate route folks. And, until it happens, we'll have to kind of sort through that. But it is being discussed with the contractor, like some mitigation plans for if we stop work, especially if it's like a long closure of the canyon for some reason. There's going to have to be some things that we have to figure out to still be able to move traffic. The beauty of having flaggers and not temporary lights in these locations is they can flush the system. Yeah, Brian, there's no more technical term for that, but they can try to move a lot more cars out and make some adjustments. But I'm not going to sugarcoat it for anyone. There's going to be times when there's delays, and if people aren't kind of planning ahead or adding more time to their potential commute or adjusting their commute somehow, you're gonna find times when you're sitting in traffic.
If I could just say, I love the idea of having, if we need more WeCycle resources at Buttermilk or wherever, that might be a great option. And I'm hoping that we're make a proposal, I guess. Who would propose a solution if it turns out that we actually need to boost that?
Well, that might be a good use of some of the, I think the city's putting in a significant amount of money, and maybe something like a WeCycle over by the Arc or something could be, and bring people through the bike trail across from Roten through the south side of Aspen, Long Shadow Mountain. Might be a good opportunity, Greg. Yeah.
And I can share that David and Lynn Rumbaugh and Pete and Jack Den, you have been kind of talking about mitigation measures. I mean, some of those traffic incident management plans, to mitigate would really probably need to come from the locals. That's not usually something the state unfortunately has budgeted. And that was a lot of work we did around Grand Avenue Bridge. I have a lot of questions like, what did you do down there that would be, similar to here? And some of that change to transit or push to carpooling or van pooling or using WeCycle is probably your best options. And I know that when we were looking at WeCycle down Valley, it was just it was a cost prohibitive. So, maybe that is another partnership opportunity, but I'm not sure. You'd really have to run that, I think, through David, Lynn, Jack, and Pete.
Yeah.
And we can do that and bring it back to the board or to the general EOTC at the upcoming meeting. So
Great.
we can do that.
Good point. I think that's a likable solution or option. Francie, and then Kelly, I see your hands up. Francie's next.
A couple of things. Tracy, I think we can pretty much accept that it's going to be delayed every day during construction. I mean, it's delayed every day now. So,
So what's the difference?
But I do want to talk about Smith Way.
Smith Hill.
Just a little bit more, because I have been, I know that Brian's heard me say this, but I have been, coming into town in my carpool, and the traffic turning left onto Smith Way, has been in the fast-moving lane, and it's really scary. So, Brian, I wonder if you have considered reducing it to one lane there with cones and moving everybody to the right-hand lane back half a mile or something, and have a merge into the right-hand lane for, I don't know, maybe half a mile, maybe a quarter mile, but enough so that somebody moving, well, they probably won't be moving 60 during construction, but they might be, doesn't suddenly come upon cars that are dead still waiting to turn left. I think about that pretty often on my commute. It's a pretty scary thought. That was one. And then the other, for the people coming out of Maroon Creek and Castle Creek, is there going to be, Tracy, a designated lane for them to get in, or are they going to have to wait for everybody using that one lane?
Brian, do you want me to jump into that?
Please.
Yeah, no, my understanding is that we'll have we'll have flagger control to be sure that we're, again, trying to move people through there and we're making those breaks. Now, again, when you stop the traffic, you're going to slow it down, but it's going to have to happen because we still have school in session. Again, that's the importance of us having the Aspen School District conversation. I always like to joke because I was part of it, but the Mommy Daddy 500, I was part of it. I've got 3 kids. If folks aren't thinking about carpooling their kids or trying to get a few more cars off the road, you're going to see those backups, but there will be flagger control in the roundabout to provide breaks to, again, flush Maroon Creek and Castle Creek. And then it's really, again, important to understand we're working closely with Sheriff Gabe Muthing in the hospital, just recognizing there's going to be times when you've got an emergency, emergent situation that we have to be sure that the construction team is, responding to. And they just always have had great relationships with the team and how to get that moving.
Okay, great. And, I do think it would be great if we pushed with the Aspen School District that kids bike across the rural open space to school, and that we just don't even worry about carpools. Just get on your bike and ride to school. It's the time of year where that would be a really pleasant experience.
It'd be a great idea all the time.
Yes, it would.
I can tell you that, sometimes these projects push people to try something they haven't because they don't want to sit in their car. Yeah. And so that, again, we have another meeting happening, I think, next week around mitigation measures. And so as that comes online, I'll be sure that I'm pushing that information out to everyone.
Great. Thanks a lot, Tracy.
Okay, Kelly.
Thank you. So I have a bunch of stuff, Tracy. Hopefully this won't be new to you because I took a lot of notes at the Woody Creek Caucus that your colleague Andrew got a hefty drilling at. Mm-hmm. I do want to sort of follow up because I think there's some possible action items for our board to consider as well. And I will just say, you know, my husband and I, we have 2 trailers, each on one of our bikes, but starting to bike commute in April for us is a little earlier than we ordinarily do. So that will be a challenge because we don't have e-bikes. We huff it up and down the hills and through the icy slush on our own power. So we'll see how that goes. But I did want, so first off, if it's okay, if you guys can indulge me with all my questions, I'm curious, what are the nighttime hours for paving?
So those haven't been set, Kelly, but typically what that would look like is trying to miss that. I mean, I'd heard kind of that 8 to 9 o'clock time frame start, you know, again, then they would finish before the, you know, morning commute again. But you guys are asking for information before we even had our first pre-construction meeting. And that's the sad thing about Andrew kind of getting drilled to the wall is, you know, we're trying hard to get information out, but there's still some more to be hammered out.
Sure. I do think the caucus had some great questions, though, and maybe some things for reconsideration for us. Probably one of the bigger ones is the use of Upper and Lower River Road. You know, we did not consider it and we did not give approval for it as the approved detour for the county, which on one hand, hopefully means people won't, you know, we won't be encouraging people to use it. But on the other hand, we also will not be recovering any damage to the road related to this project and any additional use that folks are going to put on that road. So I guess I'm wondering, are we making the best decision there? You know, should we be assuming that Upper and Lower River Road are going to be used, or should we be putting in place, you know, more aggressive plans so that people don't use it? You know, I don't know if we put up signage such as local use only or residents only or something like that, and what the thinking is, you know, for that. Because folks, you know, it's like how water flows. Traffic does the same, right? It's gonna flow where there's least resistance. And so I just think maybe we're not being realistic about how much use Upper and Lower River Road's gonna see.
Yeah, and I think it's safe to assume they will see additional traffic. I'm not as worried about Lower River Road as I am concerned about Upper River Road. I think that could see more traffic. I think we can monitor it and count vehicles on that road. I'll be touring the roads with Andrew to determine their current condition. We'll add Upper River Road to that list to see what kind of condition it's in now, and then check it again after the detour is over. But we can certainly sign that road for local traffic only, the Upper River Road. Again, I'm not as concerned about Lower River just because that's a delay in and of itself because of it's a longer distance.
Yeah, and Brian, I'm going to add to that real quick, Kelly. That intersection of Lower River Road, Upper River Road, and Jerboz Way, just above the train cars, that intersection can be a little sketchy, especially if you have a lot of traffic, people trying to come up and people trying to go straight through. The line of sight isn't always great to see who's coming up from the river to access Upper River Road. So that's another question you might want to kind of think about when you're doing your little tour. Okay, Kelly, you can.
Yeah, I guess I just would say if we're not going to approve that as part of a, you know, formal detour plan, then we should sign it for local use. Is what I guess I would throw out as an idea for the board to consider if they agree with me or not. And we can come back to that, I guess. And then thank you for putting the hotline number up. Is this the number that like a neighborhood would call if they're saying, listen, we can't turn out of our street, we need a flagger here? And would they get pretty quick response for a request like that?
If we're not answering it, we check it daily for messages. So it wouldn't always be that immediacy. And again, it's fair that they think that might be what they need. We'd have to bring that to the team and evaluate what's really happening there. But that is a good place, or the email. Shoot us an email. We see those probably a little bit quicker.
Okay. And then these might be questions for like the board or EOTC. I guess I'm wondering, we've talked at the EOTC for a while now about the time to travel app, you know, where it's like, if you ride the bus, it's this many minutes into town. And if you stay in, you know, in your lane of traffic, this many minutes to drive into town. Is that something we're poised to be able to set up, or are we able to contract with CDOT for the system that they've used for other big projects to give that information to people?
Well, I'll tell you that CDOT doesn't have such a thing except their new co-trip, which, if I'm going to be perfectly honest, I don't feel is, I don't know. It's a tool, but I'm not sure it's meeting the need for the user. I think it might have been meeting the need for the agency. And there's a lot of things they've worked out on that. It's kind of like a Waze crowdsourcing type of piece of it. I've never heard of the Time to Travel app. I'd love to kind of do some research on it and see if that's a viable option for people. I'm not even sure how it's populated. Do you know a little more about it, Kelly?
So Andrew had said it's called Smart Work, I think was the name of it that I wrote down, that has been used for other big construction projects, and that wasn't budgeted as part of this project, but perhaps if that's a monetary request, that can come back to us to really try and incentivize people to park at Brush Creek and get on the bus. I think that, we've long thought that information would be super useful, but we haven't been able to implement that program locally as just part of our ordinary transit.
Let me circle back with Andrew, and I'm happy to do some research on it. I think the more tools we can arm people with, that would be fantastic.
Okay, and then based on your experience with
Kelly,
the
1 second. Francie just wants to
sure.
add something.
So Kelly, people who are coming in, as they approach Brush Creek, they could just check their GPS, their Google Maps, and see how long it's going to take them to get in on 82. I mean, my sons do that several times on their way into Aspen when they're trying to pick alternate routes, and it tells them exactly how long. I'm sure you've done that, but anyway, so that would be one thing they could do, and we could encourage them to do that and say, check there, and if it shows you it's going to take an hour, get off at Brush Creek. We wouldn't be able to compare it to the bus, but they'd at least see how long it'd be if they stayed in their car. And that would be something we could publicize.
Right. I think the whole benefit is to know, I could save 15 minutes if I park up on the bus.
Right. And as far as budgetary impacts, again, I don't know if we have a budgetary allowance for a lot of this, so that's something that we would need to discuss and maybe talk with the city, since they're putting in 300-something thousand, I think was the number that I heard. So it's technically impacting Pickens County, but it's the City of Aspen CDOT project, and we do want to be good partners, but we need to be working together as partners. So Kelly.
Well, I don't want to close the door on possibly contributing more money without even knowing what we might be talking about.
That's what I'm saying, is that needs to come back for discussion from our board in partnership with the City of Aspen.
And one other thing that you were talking about, Kelly, in terms of making Upper River Road for local traffic only and Lower River Road, I'm not sure that closing off arteries into Aspen with this much traffic coming, maybe we could try it. Like Tracy said, we could try different things, and Brian could look at it. But I think if we have another roadway into Aspen and we have thousands of cars on the road that's taking them 2 hours to get to work, and I don't know. It's just something that I'm not sure about, so.
But part of the discussion would be enforcement of that, but something, we need to consider all options at this point. So Kelly, I think you have more of your list.
Yeah, I have some more
please,
questions. I'll probably need to email some of these because I'm not sure we'll have time to discuss everything. And again, I'm just advancing things that Francie and I both heard at the Woody Creek Caucus in a quite lengthy conversation, which I thought some of which were really good ideas. There's some concerns about signage along the Rio Grande and where there's road crossings. So I think you brought up the pedestrian biker conflicts. That's another place to think about those. There was some request that I don't know if we'd want to consider about additional traffic slowing measures through Woody Creek on the Upper River Road, rumble strips or speed bumps. And let's see, there was some questions about how emergency vehicles will be able to get through if McLean Flats has traffic going in both directions, and is there a need for additional pullouts or something along the road as part of the prep work, which I don't think any of us would want to be permanent. But they're very concerned about that, particularly because there have been some brush fires up there in recent years. And I was going to suggest to Valerie McDonald that perhaps a tabletop exercise related to something like that could be a good thing to endeavor if we need to plan for emergency response. But folks in Woody Creek are concerned. And then, let's see. Oh, and will there be, I guess, traffic controllers or sheriff's office staff who are going to be turning around commercial vehicles that are trying to turn onto River Road or McLean Flats?
So CDOT does have budget for uniform traffic control, which they usually work with Colorado State Patrol, who isn't always fully staffed, so it's a bit of a challenge. So in our law enforcement EMS meeting, we did talk to Alex about the potential to, bring on, SO more as needed. Some of the challenge in that is that I understand, Starwood has delivery trucks and construction trucks. And so, there's going to have to be a certain level of, if they're headed somewhere to a destination. So we, can't be turning them all around. There'll be a lot of tremendous signing static and probably VMS that says, truck traffic, stay on 82. But if people are trying to get to that destination, there won't be somebody probably like picking and choosing. And I kind of think we'll have to see what happens with that. But it's pretty clear you do have some of those trucks that have to get to their location in those areas.
Yeah, that's totally true. Thanks, Tracy. And then I'm wondering, in your experience at the Grand Avenue Bridge, did you guys, was there an opportunity for free or discounted bus passes over and above what is ordinarily offered? And is that something that would be helpful to consider, or to make a request of RAFTA or EOTC or something like that?
I'm trying to dig out the cobwebs. I know we did a lot of really good transit, but I don't remember if there was any discounted. There was a lot more lines added to, there was service added that they didn't have before that works well. People realized it was a better way to get to work. We had one point where people came in West Glenwood, got off on by the Hotel Colorado, walked the bridge, got on another bus because they could get in the bus lane and keep going. So it was a little bit more robust, obviously, traffic incident management plan. I do think there was some incentive, though. The big incentive there was van pooling and carpooling for contractors, and keeping a few more vehicles off, or having a place where contractors could park and carpool their people. And I know some of that happens right now in the valley, so I don't know how much that would change. But we definitely have a call with RAFTA coming up. So, and I know that part of Lynn Rumbaugh's strategy is to add some buses to, have a little bit more transit movement. Their challenge they're a little concerned about is whether or not they can hire bus drivers. So we could bump into all kinds of, again, other challenges we haven't anticipated, but I know that there's some strategies being looked at.
And Kelly, I think what we could do is advertise the free bus out of Brush Creek Park and Ride. So we could promote that via that VMS that the EOTC recently installed, and advertise the free bus starting from there.
Great.
All right, well, I've thrown out a bunch. I think some of it is for the county to consider, some of it is for EOTC to consider, and some of it's for your team, Tracy. And so I hope we have another update scheduled sometime this spring. And I think
that's great. Kelly, great suggestions and questions, and I'll bring them back. Andrew and we'll kind of circle back with each other too. So.
Cheers, thank you.
Okay, does the board have any other questions?
Well, yeah, thousands, but.
Yeah, we should have scheduled this one for the whole afternoon too. Tracy or Brian or anybody, is there any more information you have available to us? I know you're still in the planning, and a lot of it is, Tracy, you're right. Once it's up and running, we'll see things that work, see things that don't work as well, and we'll come up with more ideas and thoughts. I also think, the carpooling of construction stuff, if we can, Ryan, maybe you look at the use of Buttermilk parking lot, where we have that availability, and maybe looking at the rates we charge there, some way to incentivize the use of that more might be an option for the county to pursue. And I don't have a problem if we come up with some ideas that we need to look at further budget impacts to the county. Again, working with partners, and we just have to try and make this as I don't know, user-friendly as possible as we move forward, because this is work that definitely needs to be done. I am concerned about the fall timeframe for the Castle Creek Bridge, because that, when we have the people coming to see the leaves, we know that they drive. And they're gonna be coming through town, and we're gonna have that increase in traffic of people who aren't familiar. So hopefully we can keep that in mind as we move forward when the leaves start changing. And maybe the leaves will change late and we won't have as much traffic and we'll be done. But who knows? And we'll have to see what Mother Nature brings forward for us.
I like that optimism. One thing I wanted to add, I didn't say before, was our specification has us off the road, not impacting during Food and Wine, during Ideas Festival. And I don't know if there's a few other events in there in that kind of, May, June timeframe. You're right, Patty, about the leaf peepers. I always thought that was a great phrase. I guess the good thing is we'll do our best working with our tourism partners too, so that they're pushing out information to visitors about these, impacts happening so people can plan. And again, working with Go Snowmass and ACRA, we're trying to be sure event planners and wedding planners, know that they're going to have to build in time to schedules if they're trying to move people from Snowmass to Aspen or to other locations in the valley. So it's going to be a little bit of a planning fiasco for a while, but like I said, the team will be very good about responding to something if we haven't already figured it out or hit on it.
And just so you know, Tracy, I am the BOCC rep to the Aspen Chamber Board, so I know you probably have a good relationship, but if you need any help with that, or with Snowmass or Basalt, because I think all the chambers and even Glenwood Springs and Carbondale need to be aware of this impact and how they can maybe help us out on their websites.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think this Connect to the Project slide that you have here needs to be published and out there for people sooner than later. And I'm sure ACRA will put it up, and let's get it on, again, the other chamber resort or the chamber's website, so people can tag in on what's going on up here.
Absolutely.
Great.
Patty?
Yes, Brian?
Just two things. One is, I just want to commit to the board, we're going to be watching the traffic and taking remediation measures wherever we need to. I think CDOT's committed as a partner to do that with the county and with the city as well on Cemetery Lane. Secondly, with every major project like this, CDOT has to land a construction trailer along with a United construction trailer as well. We looked around the valley to find the best place to put these. The best place was at the former SOS camp at Brush Creek Park and Ride. So in the next week, we'll see United companies and CDOT moving construction trailers into a secured fenced area where the old SOS camp used to be for a couple of years, I guess. So anyway, just to let the board know that's going on as well.
Great. Thank you, Brian. And maybe we can get the guy who's living in his motorhome with his Suburban to relocate also. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Tracy. Good to see you. So
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
We're ready to move on to our next item.
Just a little one.
With it, yeah, and I can't imagine this taking 45 minutes, but we are so up on this issue. So come on up ahead, and we have crutches in the room. We are set up.
I have my computer.
Okay. Okay, guys.
There's only 4 of us.
We've got room at the table today.
I have a check for you. For some reason, don't leave before I get it.
Oh, you've got your Mardi Gras beads.
Yes, we had king cake this morning. Thank you to Suzanne Wolf, who's from New Orleans.
That's right.
Is it Mardi Gras party? I'm far enough away from everybody. I was on a plane recently, so I'm trying to.
So was I, but I tested when I got home.
Hi.
All right. Who's leading off here?
Alex. Is Alex getting us all set up? I guess we should have thought about that.
Do you want me to use my device?
Yeah, could you? That would be great.
Thank you for hopping in.
I'll fill you in on my trip when we get a chance. Okay. Pressure's on.
Yeah.
Well, because you guys are on top of it, we can use this extra time to get set up.
Who should I make this out to? It's for the gifts.
For the gift, me.
Yeah, I didn't
Do
think
you-
I would.
yes,
You're gonna-
It's for me and Elise,
Oh, thank you.
because she didn't have Venmo. So I just thought, I'll just do it this way. And she'll Venmo me. I mean, she does have Venmo, but you don't. So she's gonna Venmo me.
HOUBEN. Yeah, everybody's paying.
You think I don't know how to spell
Oh,
your
I
name?
don't know.
Are you kidding me?
My best friend doesn't know how to spell. Thank you.
So are you writing, my name is with an I.
Thanks for doing that. I appreciate you remembering. I would have forgotten.
All right.
Launching Zoom should be in just a moment.
That's what they all say.
It's kind of nice to have the silence.
I know, but you might find us nodding off. We had great desserts, except they were chocolate and sugar, so I did not have one of those.
Do you want me to go ahead and begin sharing here?
There we go. All right.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for waiting. Am I on? Speaker on? Good. Okay, speaker's on. So, thanks, everyone. We're back before you to talk about the Community Growth Outreach Project. And we're following up on what we discussed at your retreat relative to a process that we've pulled together for this outreach process. And at today's meeting, we'd like to review some of the things that we've put into affirmations, just trying to affirm what we heard you say at the meeting at your retreat. And we'd like to scope with you kind of how you would like to see the advisory group or the advisory committee, citizen advisory committee, be organized and what their tasks will be. So with that, we heard you say that very important topics were climate action and community character, and that's surrounding the whole community growth issue. And there's a vision statement that you had given us about utilizing the growth management and the land use code to create an equitable, sustainable, and resilient regional quality of life and economy for the future and to meet the climate action objectives. So with that in mind, we have put together these, I think there are like 7 or 8 affirmations, maybe 6 affirmations that we just wanted to go over with you. And that is that the board wants to appoint an advisory group to help look at the community character and climate action.
So I have a question.
issues.
Would you like us to affirm these one as we go?
Yeah, let's talk
Okay.
about each one as we go.
Okay. And you will get a nod from us since we don't vote.
Right.
We're gonna nod from us as to whether we're, okay.
What if some are nods and some aren't?
Well, then we'll talk
Then
about
we'll
it.
have to talk about it more.
It sounded like it was an assumption that we were all
No,
gonna
no,
nod.
no. With this group, there's nothing to assume, no.
It's not a vote, Patty, but you can give administrative direction.
Right, we can, that's called a nod or a thumbs up or a thumbs down or whatever you want to call it, and we will have discussion.
Okay.
We don't have to be unanimous in these, we just have to
Right.
move things forward
Right. And
in some
we-
manner.
And if you want, we can hold discussion till the end. It doesn't matter, Patty, whichever you want to do. But happy to talk about them as we go. The second is that an advisory group would be comprised of a broad cross-section of the community, but not a really large group, a group that's a manageable size.
Not 197 people.
Okay, wait a minute, so we're already at affirmations 2, did we discuss affirmation 1?
Did you want to?
I would like us to go through them one at a time. No,
Oh,
we don't
I'm
need to
sorry, I
have them
thought we
read
had
and then come
already
back.
nodded on that one.
No, no, I did not see nods yet.
Okay, I'm sorry. So, okay, let's go back. the board wants to appoint an advisory group to help look at the community character and climate action.
So am I seeing any concerns from the board as to whether or not we want to move forward with appointing an advisory group? Francie?
I would just like to, I'm wondering, let me put it that way. Given that we have some ideas ourselves, whether we want to put things out and then give it to an advisory board, not like this is what we're going to do, but here are some things we thought of, before we just appoint the advisory board. That doesn't mean no to the advisory board, but it just, like.
What we want them to kind of think about as they're advising.
Yes.
Right, and that, Francie, we've put on as affirmation number 5, which is.
I read that, I didn't see it.
It's a bookend.
Oh, the bookends.
Yeah.
Okay.
And is that what you're talking about, putting bookends around or putting ideas out there?
Yes, I guess that would work for that. I read that, but I didn't read it that way, but now that you say that, I am reading it that way, so
And we
fine.
can elaborate on
Okay.
that more.
Wait a minute, Kara's moving up to the table.
Sorry. Here's my nod.
And Ellen might want to.
Kara.
Is my mic on?
It's the red light's on, you're on.
Okay. The last discussion of this whole day too is to that point as well, which is what questions do you want to give to the advisory board? So, it's in 2 places.
Double covered.
Double covered.
Okay, I'm seeing from the board that we would like to move forward with appointing an advisory group. My concern is time frame, but I think you talked about time
Yeah,
frame.
by June.
We do.
But, I don't think we're looking at 152 people over 18 months. Please tell me that's not part of the plan. Thank you very much.
But we might be looking at 152 applicants.
Yeah. Yeah, but last time we appointed all 150 something, so.
It's only 126.
Oh, then we're good. And it's only 12 months. Okay. We're having a fun day today.
Because if we had 75 applicants for the airport, this is way more personal for a lot of people. This is going to be twice that many applicants.
We need to be prepared for that. Okay, so I think we have affirmation 1. Okay,
right.
now we're moving to 2. Cindy, please.
All right. Affirmation number 2. The advisory group will be comprised of a broad cross-section of the community, but not a large number of people.
So what are you thinking for numbers?
5. No, I'm just kidding.
5? Did you say?
Various groups are very, I think 15 is a nice working group size if it was possible. I think that would be an ideal number. I'm not sure. Once you get all your applications in, when you see all the different cross sections of the community that might want to be involved, if that's going to be possible, but I think it's a nice size.
One of the things that the board will want to think about is with a volunteer board over a long period of time, sometimes you do get some attrition. So you may want to have a little bit larger starting number to be sure that you have stakeholders that carry through the whole process that represent the different perspectives that you're going to want to have at the table when final recommendations are made. So
You said a long period of time. Did you hear that?
I heard that.
I do not think, I think these are complex issues that are going to take a little bit of time to work
Well,
through.
and I think push comes to shove, we'll have to see what kind of, applicants are interested, how many, and what cross sections they represent. So I think if we keep it in the 15 to 20 range, 21 and a half, that gives us some flexibility. You never know when that half may come in need.
So yes, to 2.
Thank you.
I think, Kelly, are you good with moving 2 forward?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. All right.
All right. Number 3.
I will say, I don't know where, I guess I'll have to look through these again. I think we need to really decide as a board how we expect to honor their participation through our utilization of what comes to us. And I'm not sure we're clear on that yet.
Okay.
All right.
That's a good point.
Okay. The purpose of the advisory group is to provide the board with policy recommendations on how to align climate action and community character, including but not limited to potential changes to the land use code and the building codes.
Now, that kind of touches on what Kelly just asked, I think. And so I think that gives the advisory group a purpose, and it gives us, at the end of the day, what we're looking for to be coming from the advisory group. And it also acknowledges that we will take into consideration what the advisory group brings forward to us, but by no way are we bound to, to everything that they bring forward is not written in law until we have had a chance to evaluate, review it, and determine where we want to go with it.
Right, and
Does that make sense?
Yes, and to speak to that, once again, later on in the affirmations, we talk about bringing you back, Kelly, the whole structure of the advisory group, kind of the purpose of the advisory group, the meetings, the timeframes that would be expected, as well as, just in fact, what your expectations are of the advisory group, which we hope to talk about a little bit more today.
And how we're going to formulate this advisory group. Okay. So I think that is.
Kelly has her hand up.
Yeah, I'm just going over this. Sorry, thank you, because it's hard for me to. Kelly, go ahead, please.
I guess on this one, I would want them to prioritize looking at changes to the land use code, then building codes, and then I'm wondering, so that's my preference. And then I'm wondering, where does like master planning come into play here? I want to understand the bounds of like how big or small the scope of work will be.
At this point, Kelly, I can say we will bring that back to you with a thorough discussion on it. But my sense is that the master plans, the way we have it lined up today, is that the master plans are formulated with the various neighborhoods and then consolidated into an overall comprehensive plan for the community, for the unincorporated Pickens County, and that we would be taking the lead of those master plans as we move forward. And as you know, today we've got several master plans that are teeing up to go to the Planning and Zoning Commission right away that have not been updated recently. So we hope to have those plans in order, most of those plans in order at least, with the exception of probably one for sure, by June. So.
Okay, but I think Kelly's point of prioritization is key.
Yeah.
I have a question about that too. So if we're going to be considering the master plans, if the committee, whatever it's called, group, advisory group, is going to be considering the master plans, does that mean that by definition we have to have somebody from each caucus on this group to represent their master plans?
It might not be a bad idea to look at having representatives from the caucus.
That would formulate the whole committee.
I know.
Exactly.
But we can see who applies, and see if they're interested in.
Or we can refer out, if specific issues come up regarding a master plan, we can refer them back to the caucus for consideration. That's a possible option.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you're right. But then again, master plans are advisory documents, so. But we still need to say, we're looking at this point in your master plan, could you further clarify? And what's your priority, what's, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, we're hoping that we can explain the master plans pretty quickly to the group so that they'll be up and running with that background.
That would be great, rather than having representation.
Right.
Okay. I'm not seeing any other raised hands. Thanks for pointing that, because Kelly's hands kind of gets lost in that corner sometimes. Okay. So we are at 4.
All right. Here we go. Our current land use code, building codes, and growth management quota system does not align with our climate action and master plans, An advisory committee would make recommendations to align our land use code, building codes, and growth management quota system to include considerations such as house size, density, intensity, and location.
Okay, can I say a couple
Yes,
things about that?
please.
Well, first of all, could we change the does on the first sentence to do before it becomes anything official? But more importantly, I would like to have another word in that list of 4, because it's not just the size of the house, it's the materials. So I would say, I don't know if sustainability is the right word but that is what we would be hoping for, is that they would be using sustainable building practices. So building practices, building materials and practices. I want them
like
to
building
look at
practices because
something about that.
That brings in energy code
Building
too.
practices?
That brings in the energy code and the materials used.
Okay.
It's a good broad range definition. My concern is that bullet point under 4. I'll have to think about it more and get back to you.
Okay.
Well, grammatically, it's not.
Or not, it doesn't,
You
yeah,
shouldn't have
I'm
just one
talking
bullet
about
point,
the, under
yeah.
the contents. But I've got more to process to clarify that.
Yeah, I don't think you need a bullet point there. I think if you embed that sentence into 4, it's a little more powerful. It's not just like an aside. But anyway, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I think that.
What other considerations do we want to see? Considerations such as means it's open for more. Do we need to make that, insert the more now? Do we need to insert more, in considerations such as means it's inconclusive and more could be added? Should we be trying to flesh that out now, as you mentioned, embedded carbon or energy considerations or building materials or construction method?
I think a lot of that'll be evolving.
So just to make sure it's
Yeah,
a
just make
living
sure
document.
that door is open.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe included but not limited to. I think adding building practices would help.
I think that's pretty comprehensive.
Okay. 5, let's get to the bookends.
Okay.
Kelly's got her hand.
No, Kelly, sorry. That's what the problem with trying to watch everybody here. And Kelly, please go ahead.
I think given the conversations related to short-term rentals, we probably want to add in the last sentence of number 4, something about use, as well as, and maybe intensity should say intensity of impacts. So that we are clearer about what that is trying to look at, because it could be intensity of energy use, it could be intensity of road use, it could be intensity of employee generation. I mean, there's a lot there.
Good points.
So I would spell all of those out if there's not any objection.
No, I think we're good with that. Okay. Do you have more questions there, Kelly? Are you good? Okay. So now we are at 5.
Correct. And this is where, Francie, it gets back a little bit to the discussion you wanted to have earlier. So the board wants to provide bookends, if you will, for the advisory group on climate action and also on community character. And what we heard and what we tried to distill from what you said at your retreat was that when it comes to climate action, you want us to live up to the actions we've taken so far. And those actions include our 2050 goals that the board set in the emergency resolution on climate action. And so there's specific goals that we have embedded in those emergency resolutions and in our climate action plans. So we thought you might want to start or lead with that bookend when you talk with the advisory group and say, we as a board have already set policy on what we think should happen by 2050, we're charging you with helping us find a way to get there. So that's the intention there.
And I think both of the bullet points kind of outline, and that was what Kelly was also getting to, bringing it under community character with the impacts, because that was then bullet point one more. Under climate action, under community character.
So, right, with community character, develop policies that can be implemented which would manage the intensity of impacts
Of use.
Use.
and impacts.
What does intensity of use actually mean? Use of what? Use, that doesn't work for me.
The intensity of use, well, Kelly just brought up the example, residential use. Residential use can either be someone that lives there full-time, someone that lives there only a couple of weeks
Use
out
of a building in that case, but we're talking about more than that. I mean,
Use
is
of the
use a,
roads
is
to
this
get
a
there.
word in development or in
You mean
government or
intensity?
something that I just don't know?
The word intensity?
No, use.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Because I'm like,
together.
I mean, is
Yeah.
this a given governmental
Right.
expression, use?
you're right, it is. It's a land use. You know, what is the land use? Is it a residential use? Is it a commercial use? Is it a?
Well, let's add the word land then, if it's about land use. I mean, use is such a generic word, it just doesn't make any sense to me, intensity of use. But it could be that everybody uses this expression and I just don't know it, but.
Well, we're gonna get you used to it.
What does it mean to you?
It means all the impacts of any kind of development, roads.
How do you know it's about development when you hear intensity of use?
Because to me, we're talking about land use, we're talking about growth management. And so that's the theme of affirmation number 5.
So.
We're bringing it
you're
into
just
the
assuming
context
that
of the discussion before us.
Okay. All right, I'm willing to let it go. It just is really.
We'll work on it.
But I have the same issue with community character, so let's not go there.
Well, let's go there. Because we want to make sure we're getting it right, what you guys want. And so we may not be.
Go there, Kelly has her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You and I are heading in the same direction. I think where I'm a little unclear about this is, number one, we have been very clear in what we want. And number two, we have not been clear at all in what we want. So I'm not sure we're giving the advisory group a useful bookend in this, in this way. Like, I'm not sure, I don't feel coalesced as a board that we have a shared understanding of what our hope is and our grand vision is related to the intensities of use. Sometimes I feel like there's sort of like, oh, well, it can be whatever the market demands or whatever the owner demands or whatever the public demands, on one end, and it can be, oh, we really need to have some regulatory levers here on these other finer points. So I guess I'm unclear as to what bookends we would be giving to the advisory group regarding community character.
So what you were saying, what you were saying is that climate action is clear because of our climate action emergency resolution. So those bookends are pretty clearly stated. It's the community character bookends that may be a little more vague at this point.
And so, Kelly, I think you're making a good point, and there's a couple of ways to think about using the committee. So in the case where the board does not have clarity, or if the board does not have clarity, so we may want to have some, conversation around that. But if the board is still looking at the issue of what constitutes community character, what would create that bookend, that is one of the questions to the advisory committee and part of the goal of our public outreach process. And I think at the staff level, we're seeing the same thing, that hasn't necessarily, that clarity hasn't come out of the conversations that we've had to date. And so it'd be a challenge to get ideas and recommendations coming back through the public process that the board can then edit or modify. Now, if staff has misunderstood that or we haven't heard the right things about more clarity around community character, then we do need to define that bookend here. But I think you've called it out correctly. I think one of the bookends is fairly clearly defined, and the recommendations are really about how do you get there. The other is recommendation. What's that?
Aren't we having a meeting to work some of this out? Aren't we, before June? Like we talked about, having a half day to talk about these issues so
Well,
that we can.
yeah, we can definitely do that. That was more around housing, I think, though, than community character in general. And so, if the board does think that you're closer to it and just need that time, Francie, then that's something we can try and do ahead of appointing the committee. Cindy, is that a
That's
fair?
great, but
Yeah.
we did make an attempt, you guys, further in number 5, number 2. I'd like to lead you through this a little bit, and then you can say, okay, we need more time, or whatever you want. But what we tried to say is, okay, well, what does the board mean by community character, and what are we talking about in terms of what this advisory group could do for us? So we thought, okay, let's look at policies around managing, if you will, intensity of use and impacts of that use in the unincorporated Pickens County. So what does that mean? It means what? Infrastructure, the bricks and mortar part of things, like you were saying, Francie. Does it mean buildings, the use of buildings? So we started thinking, okay, well, what does that mean from an infrastructure perspective? We called it that. It could be called whatever. But it's the bricks and mortar part. It's the stuff that's in the ground. It's the construction impacts. It's the reconstruction. It's deconstruction. And then these are the hard things, the hard surfaces, the roads and congestion. And then affordable housing as a topic all in itself as far as our infrastructure is concerned. And then we thought, well, what are the other things that the board thinks of when we think about community character, and we think about the resources that we have? We think about our workforce as a resource. Well, who is our workforce? Where do they live? And who are they? And how often are they coming to Pickens County? And what are their jobs here? What are their, what's their quality of life? Our other resources are nature, and how we're protecting nature in terms of our recreational uses, in terms of how are we doing with some of the things that we've talked about for decades in this community, wildlife, the health of our wildlife issues, air quality and water, just to name a few, in terms of the natural resources that we feel are important as far as character in the community. Now we'll put that out there, and you guys can edit that, and you can say, well, we really weren't talking about all the natural resource part of it. We were really only talking about the sticks and bricks. We weren't. So what you are talking about when you think of community character, I think I got a taste of that at the retreat and tried to reiterate that here. But we may not have captured it all, or we may have misplaced it. So does this start to address what you're thinking?
Well, I think one of the maybe misnomers is character. I mean, how do we each define character? To me, it's the funky old characters that lived in this town. To me, that's different than the brick and, it's the old Victorians in the West End. That's the character. It's the cottonwood trees on Main Street. That's the character. So for me, I'm not sure how to term that. Climate action and community character kind of threw me off as to what character meant. But Francie's got.
But did Kelly finish? She was talking when
sorry.
John was explaining about where we're going. Did you have another thing, Kelly, before I say mine?
No, go ahead, please.
See, when I think about community character in Aspen, I think I go a different direction. I think about the arts. as a huge thing in our community character. And I think about commitment to open space, and there's nothing here about wildlife, and or philanthropy, I would say, is part of our community character. So I guess I think more about intangibles maybe. And so if we're talking about tangibles, let's talk about tangibles, because it's really hard to talk about character. Yeah, and so Ellen Anderson is going to have a totally different take on what the community character is than a developer in downtown Aspen who wants to build another subdivision. I mean, they don't have the same view of community character, and we may not either. And then if we are making our decisions based on our own concepts of community character, I'm not sure that's appropriate for us to do. That's not a legal matter. Defining what a community character is, that's like something that is organic and comes out of the community. So that's my problem with the expression community character, but I understand I see it a little bit differently. I know when people talk in terms of land use codes and stuff about community character, they're talking about wanting to keep it rural, even though it's called the city of Aspen here, but and other things like that. So it's just confusing to me what we mean when we're talking about community character.
That's helpful. John, and then Greg, or Greg.
Oh,
and then
I'm
John.
sorry. I'll weigh in later. Yeah.
Greg's
I'm
very pensive over here.
I'm just listening. I appreciate the conversation. Regarding, I want to go back to number one briefly. Climate action. Are the goals going to be dynamic? Is that a living document? The 2050 goals, do we see those goalposts moving? And if so, do we want to specify that, climate action may be evolving? We may need to do something more drastic or less drastic or something different. And are we flexible enough that these bookends are going to be able to adjust as necessary? That was the first thing regarding one. And then the second one, I was thinking about kind of like Francie was, it's community character and culture. There's a cultural aspect. Policies that can be implemented which would measure and manage the intensity and nature of use in Pitkin County. I've added a couple words in there because it didn't seem thorough enough. And I think about what's important to me in this community. You've hit everything you've mentioned is important, but there are other facets, and I think Francie brought that up. How can we incorporate that in, and should we incorporate that? That's the question I wanted to ask. And I'm thinking it's this place is unique for some really amazing reasons, which involve not only the natural resources and the environment we have here, but the institutions that have been built, and how does that play into this, and does it play into this?
And the characters.
And the characters, and that the character being also, that we have these institutions like music festivals and
Or
arts
Aspen
festivals
Institute,
and
Rocky
Institute and rock, all that stuff, the think tanks. How does this become part of this conversation? Because if I was going to get on this advisory group, I'd be coming, with a quiver of ideas on how do we make sure that these institutions remain vital and robust, and we don't become, what I consider to be an other, typical mediocre resort community, for instance.
So, John, what I'm hearing is that we need to rework affirmation 5, the wording and what the intent is. And Greg's right about to meet the 2050 goals. Maybe it's just to take into consideration the emergency resolution with the 250 goal. I don't know, just some different
At a
wording.
minimum or
Are we going to meet them?
Right,
Are we
right.
going to just keep those in mind as we move forward and maybe move them one direction or the other? But as that issue, climate, is changing as we sit here right now.
And we can certainly rework it. I just want to point out to the board that so much of what you talked about does relate directly to how land is or is not used, right? Whether it be related to wildlife, environment, the impacts that development may have, even tangentially on those things. So all of those do come under the policy purview, and I think we're starting to get in to the complexity of the conversation that is going to make this a little bit longer conversation to do well, but a richer and more important conversation to have as it informs changes to, future plans and particularly codes.
Agreed.
And so I think we can try and without getting too specific, right? Because you just laid out a lot that's really values-based that probably needs to be talked about and talked about in more depth. But I think really reworking the community character piece a little bit to try and capture the complexity of that conversation is what I'm hearing. So
Yeah.
I just want to
Values.
check in and make sure
And it maybe
because
there's
we're
like
talking about
better
values.
I'd put
definition.
values in that, in the community
Yeah.
character, it's,
Is that what we're supposed to be doing? Because I thought that this advisory board, whatever group, advisory board, was specifically looking at land use issues. And so do we have to, I'm willing to, I'm just wondering if it's incumbent on us to try to define
Those values.
Pitkin County, yeah, and the whole value structure of Pitkin County, because it isn't just one thing. And so are we just talking about the community character values of 5 commissioners or 15 advisory board members, or, I think. Is this what we're supposed to be doing, defining
Well, let me-
Pitkin
let
County
me- let me
in
help
all
with this.
aspects?
Let me help. I think it's part of it. When we're looking at growth management, we're looking at what we're gonna do. Community quote-unquote character is a vital part of that. It's important, it's key in some aspects, as is our climate action plan. Those are the two things. And we do need to look at the brick and mortar, the construction, the impact. And we need to look at how it's affecting our workforce, our nature, which includes wildlife, recreation, air quality, and water. Those things need to be part of how we're looking at growth management. And a lot of those things in that second bullet point will be part of our climate action. They kind of intermix as we move forward. But I think how we're gonna define the term, or use a term for climate action is pretty clear. Community character is very vague, because it encompasses, you can be interpreted to encompass just everything. And we need to be able to maybe focus that a little more with a different definition of what we're trying to achieve. John?
Well, and I see Kelly's hand went up.
Okay.
If you want to get board comments. Well,
Okay, because I know John was next. But Kelly, go ahead, and then we'll have John.
Up to you, Patty.
No, go ahead.
I guess I would just say, I don't think we need to wrestle an alligator that's already been wrestled, and I think we have plenty of things that that articulate, what character is and how to define it in our master plans, in the Aspen Area Community Plan. That might be a good place to find if we have a shared definition of what character, how you would define character. And I guess I just would say, Francie, I think, how, when you look at land use, it's how you use land is going to be the picture of what you value or don't value, right? Like that is where the built manifestation of what you value and don't value exists. And so, in the past, our community has said, we want a year-round community. So we're going to build in such a way or deal with impacts in such a way to facilitate that. If you didn't value that, our land use would look very differently and our impacts would look very differently. So I don't know if that's helpful, but that's just one way to tie, do you want to minimize the number of people trampling on public lands or not? How you build and use land will minimize or maximize that. And so that's how I tie the connection between community character with what our land use code says and does.
Well, I agree with you to a large extent, Kelly, and certainly when I built my place, it had a whole lot of values built into it that were a reflection of how I thought our community character should progress. But I just don't know whether we should narrow it down a little bit because, or maybe we don't need to, maybe it's specific, but when I hear some of the master plans and stuff, everybody says the rural character of our neighborhood. Everybody says that. And even Carbondale says that. Well, you've been in downtown Carbondale, you don't feel like you're in the rural area anymore. And you know, I don't know, I'll just follow along for a while, and that'll be fine.
Can I ask another
Yeah,
question? I
please.
appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. It's a hard conversation. We're trying to define something, but we're also trying to distill it down to something manageable, and that's hard. Regarding infrastructure, I was just thinking about affordable housing and workforce. You know, how do we sustain a workforce? How do we just sustain the infrastructure, the human resources and infrastructure here? And affordable housing doesn't quite define it entirely for me. And so I'm wondering if we need to open that up and look at, you know,
We put that under resource. It's a resource. It's a human resource, the workforce. But you know, if you see that as infrastructure,
well, maybe it belongs there. I just want to make sure it's there.
yeah, it's right there.
It's right there.
Oh, it's right under, it's under next to it, okay. God. Maybe it's the end, late in the day. Am I getting cross-eyed?
No, it's nature and recreation through y'all. Yeah.
And I just want to, if I could come back to the process question, because I think, Francie, part of what you're wrestling with is, wait a second, it's just the 5 of us making this, or is it this advisory group? And ultimately, it does come back to this board to make those land use decisions. And I love the way you put it with your house, reflecting the values. In this case, you're reflecting community values. And so while you have an advisory board of stakeholders that you're talking about putting together, we can also have part of the process broaden that opportunity for input to more than just those stakeholders, whether it's really opening up kind of open house kind of opportunities or survey kind of opportunities. We'll be able to broaden that, but the idea is to always narrow and eventually filter and prioritize those recommendations back to this body, who ultimately has been tasked with making that decision. So we can take that, we can broaden it out to get more input, particularly when it comes to the values questions. That's something that a larger group is good at giving input on. When you get into the technical questions of a code, you typically need a smaller group who's really spent time working on the details. So we can take that into account when we're doing our process.
Yeah, I don't think that this discussion on that is limited to this room today.
Can I ask a quick question,
Quick
just
question,
regarding historical context? There's, you know, the community character and the really comes from a sense of history of where we've come from and what we treasure about the place, and how we perceive it changing and what's valuable about what's changing. It's not all only trying to preserve something that's in the past, but it's trying to, you know, respond to what's happening now and take the best of what's happening now and incorporate that.
And look forward too, right?
Yes, yeah, that's where I'm getting, yeah. So, so I think that's, you know, if it's not articulated here, I think it ought to be, because I'd love to have people come to this advisory board with historical context, but also with a sense of what the future holds.
Where we were, where we are, and where we're going.
Yeah, that's
Exactly,
really
and I-
nice, Greg.
And I'm sure that would be part of it. It's okay to articulate it.
Okay, thoughts on that? What are we gonna do
Well,
with this?
the one thing that
number
comes to
5?
my mind is that if we don't want to wrestle with something as vague as, you know, the definition of character, you can also think about whether or not what you really mean is carrying capacity and the bottom line on that. So if you say, well, our character, we choose that our bookends for character are that we have a free-flowing transportation system, you know, rather than gridlock, you know, on Highway 82, you might want to put some numbers to it so that you know what the numbers are that make it free-flowing. You know, so that's a carrying capacity kind of thing. Or you might want to say, our air quality will never dip below this quality, or our, you know, numbers of, you know, whatever. There's another way to get at it if you can identify where you want to go when you think about those things from a numbers perspective?
I remember the last time I brought up carrying capacity, and I got pretty much laughed out of the room because it was such a term of how do we determine our carrying capacity? How much time would it take us to get the data to determine those numbers? And if you look at the last question, the last affirmation number 7, it talks about a timeliness of this process.
But I'm not talking, maybe, okay, here we go again. I'm not really talking about the same type of engineered carrying capacity. I'm talking about what you think is the carrying capacity. What tips it over the edge
What
for
are the
you?
symptoms of
Yeah.
it, rather than the numbers so much?
Right,
Why
because
I get
we're
that.
not gonna know the numbers of where our air
No,
quality is
but
high or
that's
low,
how
and
the
how many
committee
cars
then
cross
back-
the bridge.
Right, and that's how the committee backs into it. You know, if you gave the bookends of saying, you know, we want a quality of life where there's free-flowing traffic, or we want, you know, X% of, I was thinking back on this, the original Aspen Area Community Plan did give a percentage of the housing mix that we wanted, 60% of the workforce to live here, versus then it got distilled down into numbers later. And so there are tricks and ways that we can look at it that might not make you feel like you have to define character in that really vague way.
Then I think we need to bring this item back to us for further discussion.
Right.
We're not gonna solve that here today in our 45 minutes that we've already lapsed, even though it's a great conversation, we're moving forward. Yeah, it's almost 10 to 4.
I just want to say I really appreciate what you just said.
me too.
But
That's
that gives
really
us, that
important.
gives us good food for thought, so we can start thinking about where we might wanna look at those bookends when it comes to community character, what we might wanna call community character.
Right, think beyond that term and think how you want it to look at the end of the day.
And then the term will come with it.
Yeah.
And I think if we did that, maybe, John, before we have a housing meeting, where we're gonna talk about housing, why is this what we're saying about housing? We need to figure out what we want Aspen to look like, ideally first, before we talk about
It's not Aspen to
specific
look
housing
like. It's
questions.
unincorporated Pickett County to look
So
like.
I wonder if we could just do some homework to each of us and maybe just write about what we think the community character is of the county, including Aspen. And so that when we come together to talk about housing and to talk about whatever and to give some framework to the advisory board, we've got some sense of, see if we agree and where we stand. But I don't think it's just conversation. I think if we write about it first independently, that would help guide our conversation a lot more than ad-libbing.
Okay, and I think we had asked the board to put their thoughts down on paper before, and so maybe this time we can get the board to put their thoughts down on paper now.
I'd like you to turn it in by tomorrow at 5.
Okay.
And then we're
You'll have somebody to grade them.
Okay, so number 5 is coming back to us, and we may need to schedule just work session time just for that.
I
which would
prefer
be-
oral exams over beers, please. That's okay.
What'd she say?
That
Oral
sounds
exams
good.
over beers.
I'm all for
But you know
that.
what? We get a lot more accomplished there, Kelly. You are absolutely right on that one. So I'm going to move us to 6 and 7 because we still have things. Well, we're hanging in there. We're good, but
Great.
and
I'll move through other stuff quicker.
You're two, yeah, but you two can. Your tour you're going to go on can be a little
Oh,
later.
that's right.
All right. I think number 6.
All right, the board wants the process to include a regular feedback loop to the board.
Definitely.
I don't have a problem with that. I don't know if any of the board members. Kelly, are you okay with that one? Okay.
All right.
I had a feeling. And 7.
Yes.
I'm okay with that one. Is anybody- Greg's like, where are you?
Online it says affirmation 5, and that we're going back.
Yeah.
Oops, sorry. 7. So, did you?
Can you move us down the? Oh, now we're.
Number
how did
5 is
affirmation-
actually 7.
Yeah, we misprinted
We had
it.
some errors.
No wonder Greg was confused. So was I. I'm like, how did 5 get after 6?
Yeah, these are the sticky ones.
Sorry about that.
So, did
What's
you want
what's
me
your
to-
time frame, Cindy?
Well, a lot of it depends on what your direction is for the advisory group. And if we want to get into the whole values discussion, that's going to take a little more time than if we jump to asking them to do more tangible things. So I think that we need a little bit more time with you before we can really tell you that overall time frame. But we hear you that you don't want it to take forever. So keep that in mind when you think about what you want them to deliver.
What's
And-
reasonable and what's not reasonable. Okay, Francie, please.
If we want to help guide them and make it more reasonable, we have to put in more time ahead of time. I think that's the bottom line. So, not a half day, John, maybe a whole day, like we were saying the other night.
A whole day of what? Am I supposed to be scheduling for that?
Yeah, so we
The last
talked
time I
about.
let you do an agenda meeting.
I think I think it was our last meeting. Kelly had asked for us to commit time per our retreat conversations to come back and talk about
A little debriefing.
affordable housing in particular, and try and get more direction around that. I think what we're seeing is that a lot of these issues that we're working on are connected. Affordable housing, growth, house size, TDR, they're connected under this umbrella, which I think is what's kind of coming out of this conversation right now. So what I'm hearing is a conversation to see if we can get more definition or agreement that the board can communicate to this advisory committee around, dare I say, the community character kind of conversation, as well as then using that as a lens to view our affordable housing conversations through.
Just affordable housing?
No, the first part is kind of the growth overall, kind of the what we've been struggling with in terms of providing bookends. And then that would be a lens that we would narrow down into the affordable housing conversation. Two separate conversations I think I heard the board wanted to follow up on that are
We
connected.
do need to do a retreat debriefing of sorts too.
I'd like to also just look at it
I mean,
with the, go out about a little bit farther out and look at it in the context of the surrounding communities, which are growing so much more rapidly than ours has been, and how that affects this conversation. I can't help it. I'm always thinking if Garfield County is growing at a 10% or 11% rate, what's the doubling on that, Kara? You can just do that in your head, right?
Clearly, I
Rule of
missed,
70.
I missed that was after 7,
It's
so
like
I
6
don't think you
years.
want my doubling number.
Yeah.
It's pretty fast, and,
Yeah, and Eagle's at 7%, and that's huge.
and that's our workforce as well.
It's workforce, but it's the commuter, it's the busyness of our highway. I'm not convinced our highway will ever become less busy, regardless of any policies we undertake. The traffic just may be going different directions, but, the mix may be different, but.
Hasn't changed that much in the last 30 years.
I'm just wondering, how do we look at this in the context of what's happening around us? And how far out do we need to look? Maybe it's our entire watershed or our entire valley or western
Well-
slope. I don't know. That's part of the conversation for me.
And I would also think that there's more inside also, like house size.
Well, that's what we're here for.
I
Yeah.
mean, that's not really, that to me is really, really important, a really important issue. And so I don't want to go through all this and then come out without that having been,
oh, I think that's gonna be there.
I hope so.
Kelly. You know why? Because my computer does it. Kelly, please. You're on mute, Kelly. Sorry, my fault.
I really have concerns about this effort, and it just seems to be becoming more unwieldy rather than more focused. And I'm not convinced that our board is going to come to a shared vision. I really have seen such little, I think, passion on the same issues from all of us that there's going to be enough overlap to give good direction to this advisory group. I feel like personally the best that could come out of it is that we task the advisory group and commit to accepting what they give us, rather than us trying to give them something that I don't think we're gonna coalesce centrally around personally, because we've had so many discussions around these individual issues that are now all getting piled into this growth management conversation, and we don't agree on those individual issues. So I don't see how we're going to find agreement on the bigger topic when there's just so much disparity in our opinions. And I'd like for us to get stuff done, and I'd like for us to see some movement on this. And you know, if we're going to tie housing as an outcome of this conversation, we committed at the retreat to explore possible ongoing housing revenue. And part of that, you know, decision was to get some discussion about what do we agree on related to affordable housing? Do we have an affordable housing policy, et cetera? Like it's not going to happen. You know, we're not going to get it done. So I'm just really concerned about this, and you know, I applaud staff if you can come up with ways to get us focused, but we're just, I think, really coming from 5 different points of view, and I don't know how we get there to where we're serving the community. So I feel like we should just turn it over to that community group and let them tell us.
Okay, I'm going to make a comment. I am not going to turn it over to a community group to have them tell us. We do need to get it together as a board, and I think we can get there. I'm going to take the positive side of this. I think if we have a discussion and we focus simply on affirmation number 5, because we got the other ones, I think, pretty much taken care of, and the time frame will come in when we clarify what we are looking for from this group. I think we can get there. We may not have 100% consensus on every issue, but I think we can get there as a board to allow the advisory group to move forward on climate and character or community or whatever we're going to call it. And I think the sooner we get it before the board in the next couple of weeks, we are looking at, John and I can look at some time, we'll bring it back. So, Francie, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I don't share your pessimism, Kelly. I think we're closer on most things than you think we are. And I just think we need to get down and have some nitty gritty more time together to talk about it. I think there are a couple of things we disagree on. We have a certain gap when it comes to affordable housing. We have a little gap when it comes to STRs, but I don't think these gaps are chasms. And I think that they are bridgeable, and I have faith that we are more aligned than you think. That's the way I feel.
But I think Kelly is giving us concerns to be thinking about as a board. She's bringing it to us and saying, okay, you guys get it together.
Let me just articulate my concern a little bit more then, because my concern is that we go through this process, we get recommendations, and then we as a board disagree on the recommendations that we get, and we don't incorporate them. And then now we've not honored the work that the people have done, and we still haven't agreed. So that's my concern. And I don't, you know, people smarter than me have gone through this a million times and can sort of work out those hazards, but I just want to flag them. Because we're 2 years into this conversation and we have not progressed.
Okay, thank you. Greg, do you have anything to say?
No.
Okay, Cindy, anything more? We'll get some time. Okay, guys?
Sarah, Ellen?
We'll get some time and we'll
Alex,
just focus
anything?
on that key issue so we can move this forward. And hopefully we'll have Steve's input at that time. But we need to be more directly directive, and we need to start doing things, getting things done. And I think we can come together as a board and do that.
I appreciate Francie's giving us her teacher coming out and giving us the assignment. And I do appreciate that. I'll take that seriously. I've got it written down here.
So we get to get that to Steve.
I'm going to be the professor who grades them all, so. John, Cindy's.
Well, I think we've worked through enough of the affirmations that we can start the process of putting the advisory group together and recommendations for the board around that. And it does sound like we need to come back and have another conversation with the board getting closer on these values questions to provide more focus. I'll just say more focus to the advisory board. If we're unable to come to that, focus, then that probably means the board needs more community input to understand, what you're representing versus, maybe knowing how you're operating as a body. And so we can make that evaluation out of that conversation, and that will give you a good idea of what you're, tasking this advisory committee with. So I do know calendars are going to be tough, so we'll have to get together to find the kind of time for these conversations. And I think at some point we'll just make the evaluation. How close are you? And what are we delegating to this group?
So we
Cindy,
just
how
need to
did
commit to the
I?
time. We have a joint meeting come up with planning and zoning. What is the purpose of that meeting? Do we know? Can I ask, because it's in here with proposed items for discussion with a question mark. I mean, I put a question mark because there's no proposed items.
Right.
Go ahead, Ellen, you need to come up to a mic, though.
We're not big enough.
I'm like, no, but if we're gonna be talking about more agenda time, next Tuesday, we're meeting until 6 o'clock at night with no proposed discussion items, so.
Thanks, Patty. The work session on next Tuesday, March 8th, is scheduled to discuss the Brush Creek Master Plan update. And it's an informal review of the plan, just really to get started.
Okay, so there is currently still in draft the Brush Creek Master Plan.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, is it unusual, since it's the first, maybe that's why we're coming in, because generally we see them after P and Z has adopted them and we just review it. So this is because it's a first draft, because they've never really had a specific, well, they've had a master plan, but not the caucus master plan.
It's really just to give the board and the P and Z a heads up about some of the topics that have been added to the plan since it was first adopted in 2003.
Right.
Just really to inform everybody and get feedback early on
But-
before we get into the formal
Right, because
adoption
now we're doing an
process.
adoption, well, the Brush Creek caucus will now have their own master plan, so this is kind of a simulation of both.
This is
Yeah.
this is the Brush Creek Caucus Master Plan for the Brush Creek planning area.
When we're talking about time, I'm just looking to see what the BOCC, because that's scheduled for 2 hours. So if we need 2 hours, because it's just gonna get moved down, and then Francie's out of town for,
I'll be gone from the 17th till the 26th.
so just,
But I will
I'm
have
taking
internet.
all that into
But I
consideration.
don't want to do the whole discussion thing on internet.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at planning ahead,
And
as
we'll-
best I can.
We'll probably need a little bit of prep time as staff to
Yeah,
figure
okay,
out
good.
how to have that
I
conversation.
mean, I don't mind coming to meetings, but the whole
Just trying to
discussion
accommodate,
thing, not.
we can move forward. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna move us into future agendas. John, do you have anything specific? I have a list, but I'll wait till Thursday's meeting. I'm not gonna bring them up now.
Okay, just a note for the board, and it's already on your future agendas. So we have the interviews for clerk and recorder candidates coming up on the 8th. We'll be getting the board a set of recommended questions, what you might want to be looking for out of those questions, a interview tips and do's and don'ts, all of those things. It'll probably be a little bit longer document than we were hoping, but ahead of the 8th. We have set aside time on the 15th too. There's about 20 minutes of time for the board to discuss the interviews after they are done on the 8th. And unless, as sometimes is the case, the decision is very clear to the board, you may want some more time or more information sought. So we did put an hour on March 15th. We may or may not need it.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
and that's all I've got at this point.
Okay. I just have some clarifying things I need to bring up at the meeting on Thursday, but,
And I won't be there on Thursday.
well, I can clarify them without you.
Yeah, they'll probably be clearer without me.
Yeah, it's, And I'll just say on the 8th, when we are, is it the 8th and 9th? We're reevaluating, we're bringing back STRs. That'll be open for public comment. I want the public to know that. We will be most likely, hopefully, giving direction to staff to bring back a clean copy of an ordinance for our following meeting, which would be the 16th.
On what?
STRs, no, it'd be the 23rd.
No, it'd be 23rd.
And you won't be here.
I'll be online.
Oh, you will be, okay, for that,
I'm
perfect.
pretty sure there's full-on internet at this place we're going to.
Well, between the, yeah, you'll figure it out.
But I just wanted to say for this meeting with the P and Z, can we change the name of that meeting? Because it says regarding growth management in Pitkin County.
That's what threw me off too.
Yeah,
That's-
so can we
Okay.
change the name of that
Yeah.
on the
Yeah,
agenda?
because it's actually regarding master plan.
It kind of flipped me out when I
Okay.
saw it too.
So we are I think that was a reserved space, but now we need to have some finalization of that for next week. Because Tuesday's gonna be a long day. Kelly, please, I see your hand.
Yeah, I'm just thinking ahead to the short-term rental conversation, and you know, I still think we have a lot to work out. I'm not sure. I know I'm not sure we'll get through it all next week. And I wanted to submit to the board just a comparison of what other jurisdictions are doing. I don't think that was planned to be part of our packet material, but I think it would be helpful to look at what other places around the state have adopted and different approaches, and see if that would be helpful.
I think that would definitely be helpful. Just, John, how should she best do that? Send it through?
Yeah, Kelly, is that something that you've put together at this point, and maybe we can include it in the? Would it make sense to include it as background information, or is that something
Yeah,
you
I'd
could share?
like to
or-
try and have it done by Thursday evening, if that's still in time to submit. Otherwise, it would just go straight to the board. If that's okay.
Yeah, we can distribute it to the board if you want. If you want to touch base with me, Kelly, we can work on that.
She wants to compile what other jurisdictions are doing with STR. You know, Kelly, I haven't checked the COG website. There may be great access to information on the COG website. I just wrote myself a note to do that. I'll keep you posted. They may already have a bunch of.
Okay, I have a bunch of resources. I'll take a look there.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Kelly, for doing that. I've been looking at a whole lot of jurisdictions too and have really sketchy notes and stuff, so it's awesome that you're willing to do that. Thank you so much.
Okay. Anything else, John? Does anybody else have future agenda items? Nope. Okay. We're gonna go to open discussion. John, please.
Thanks, Patty, just a reminder for the board that I am going to be traveling for an airport legislative conference this week. So I'll be out Wednesday through Friday, hopefully coming back on Sunday. I hear there's supposed to be weather, so let you know if I'm joining remotely from somewhere. Right, but that's all I've got for open discussion.
I'm going to bring up to the board, we had an interview earlier today. I think, does the board have any input? I think she's a great candidate.
Karen Keeney.
Karen Keeney. I would support appointing her to our senior services. I don't know if we have a time frame for that. Do we have applications opening, pending? I don't know.
I think that one has kind of been running open, to be honest with
Okay.
you.
So I think we'd be okay if we wanted to make a decision to appoint or not to.
I'd give her
Kelly,
a
how
thumbs
do you
up.
feel? You good? Okay. So if we can, I know Charlotte is out maybe today and tomorrow, John. But we can always bring it forward to our agenda items on next Wednesday.
And then I did have one other
That's
item,
okay,
I'm
John.
sorry.
It's okay, no problem.
That's your job, dude.
And then you cut off.
I know, then that's it. Well, we did have, it was unclear to me what the board desire was around the donation for the AIMF. Now I've lost what the acronym
right.
means.
The Mountain Festival.
The mountain, yeah.
I did not watch that part of the meeting. I did find my old information, and the request is for how much? 20?
25,000.
25,000.
It's out of a $700,000 or $800,000 budget.
And what benefit are we
And-
getting? Do we get to go to this
He gets
as part of
printed
that?
as a sponsor of it, which is a pretty big deal around the world.
And we'll,
But do we get to attend, or do we have to purchase tickets to go? Usually we
I've
get
got to
5
look
tickets.
at their materials.
probably in there.
That's usually what sponsors get.
I can't imagine that you're not gonna be able to go to it.
There, and the last conversation, make sure the mic's on, I had with them was that we'd be participating on some level because, you know, there are things we know that could benefit communities in the mountains around the world regarding whether it's climate or sustainability or affordable housing or growth, you know,
Yeah.
and all these issues. And I think part of this is a discourse in which we're involved. So I think that is
Well, I think
part
our
of it.
mountain migration study from Northwest COG is really
Right,
pertinent
yeah,
to all
that'd be-
that.
that-
I don't have a problem contributing something. I'm just concerned about 25,000. That's more than we've ever, I cannot imagine, ever contributed to one organization's putting on any kind of activity here in our community. So,
We gave EcoFlight 30,000 this year through Healthy Rivers.
well, for something that's benefiting us to fly the corridor and part of, yeah, and that was
A
directly
little
for
bit
us.
ambiguous, but
Yeah.
anyway, it's not, I don't think it's so far out, but.
I
I'd
do,
love to
but if
hear
the
it.
board wants to support 25,000 coming out of the general fund, I won't say no, but I'm just saying I'm not totally comfortable with that amount, but I think it's an important issue. I think it's great that it's being held in our community. But it's up to, there's,
I'd vote for it now. I think I pretty much was ready to say yes to it.
Yeah, me too.
and Kelly, where?
I was as well.
Okay, so then you've got direction.
I think
All
Steve
right,
was,
well,
yeah.
we will bring that forward as a supplemental,
Can we
and
add
we'll,
it to our discussion on Tuesday for our first reading on the
I
supplementals
can
on
see,
Wednesday?
you know, Connie hates it when I do that to her, but I can definitely
don't
see
wanna
if we
catch
can get that
Connie
added.
on-
And at either rate, we can always catch it in the second quarter supplementals
Just
in
didn't know
time
how
for this.
soon they needed.
Yep. Okay, I will take that as direction. Thank you.
Any other open discussion from board members? Kelly, please.
We may be over time. I had hoped to sort of get on track for Perry Will's visit as far as priority bills that folks wanted to raise with him, but we didn't have a chance to talk about. And I had made that request last week to do that in open discussion. I don't know if folks are prepared to do that now or not.
I'm prepared to have all the laws that we talked about in our meetings.
Well-
All the, whatever, not laws, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I wasn't
Bills.
here. I actually
Bills.
have a note for me to get a hold of Perry before he calls in next week. Just to let him know that we only have a half an hour. That was his time frame. And the first, I was gonna give him 10 minutes to introduce himself, about 10 minutes to introduce himself and just any issues he wanted to bring to our immediate attention. And then the rest of the time for the board to bring up questions. So are there any specific bills, Kelly, you wanted to?
Well, I just don't want to like talk about a bill and say, Perry, we want you to support it. And we as a board haven't talked about it.
Okay, so let's talk about it. Perfect.
Well, should I go tell Jen
I
stuff
guess
later?
for me, there's at least
Only
a handful, and I'll just rattle through some of them quickly. There's some housing stuff. There's a mobile park home protection act, which would give better protections for mobile park homeowners that the last bill didn't do, and ways to enforce, when they're supposed to get offered the first right of refusal and they haven't been. There's additionally a piece of legislation that would create a fair housing division in the Attorney General's office, which I'm surprised doesn't already exist. That I'd like us to consider. I've been working with CCAT on a data transparency bill related to short-term rental platforms where they would have to provide data to local jurisdictions at their request, including, use, rates, tax receipts, things like that, in order to allow us to better plan and audit taxing. And that's not been introduced, but we need, sponsors for that or people who are willing to support it. And then finally, there's a bill that will be discussed at QQ this week. Greg, you and I should get together on that, but which is an alternative to ERISA. So it would allow waters for recreational beneficial use that I think we should ask for him to support. And there's a million others, but I think we'll be all on the same page regarding like wildfire and things like that. But those are ones that I would specifically call out.
Do you have a bill number for the mobile home park? Because I can look it up since I deal with Prosperity Now about mobile home parks, and that would be a good one for me to do a little research on.
Let me tie into that with the tiny homes
yes.
thing.
Let me get it to you. I don't have it on
It's
this
okay, if you could
list.
send it to me, I can review it between now and next week.
Well, in addition, there's a move to approve tiny home manufacture, sale, and installation as an extension of the manufactured homes regulations. They would include tiny homes in that.
Is that in that same mobile home bill? Or is it a different one?
It's 1242. I don't know if that's the same one. HB 22.
They're different.
Yeah, I think it's
What did you get,
different.
1242?
Mine's under the land use and natural resources one. So it'd be an extension of the regulations for manufactured homes as well as some protections for them. But then I think one that was probably going to require some discussion is 138, which is a reduced greenhouse gas emissions in Colorado. And it has 7 parts to it. And it was highly contentious at the meeting, as you can imagine. So we passed a motion to amend because it's just got so many different parts. It requires that insurance companies have a climate risk assessment in their investment portfolio like we just did. It requires that PARA does that, and so PARA people were very upset about that. It has updates to the statewide greenhouse gas emission reduction goals to add a 40% reduction, so like an intermediary step between 30 and 50. So 40% by 2028 and 75% by 2040. It prohibits gas-powered equipment, and so the rural counties were really in an uproar about that. And also they were talking about snowmobiles and all that kind of stuff. So that was highly contentious. Then there was stuff about the Class 6 injection wells, and so the gas and oil counties were upset about that. And then there was one that says the agricultural commissioner must pursue a study of reduction of greenhouse gas emissions in agriculture. And then there was something about solar on ag lands. So there were just so many things for people to consider and so many different constituencies that had conflicting goals that the best they could come up with was a motion to amend. There were, even the most conservative of the county said there was good stuff in it, so it'll be interesting to see where it goes.
Well, since that bill seems very complex, I'm not sure we have time to discuss it with Perry on Tuesday.
Well, he might have an opinion on it.
Well, let's just tell him that we are looking into this
Yeah.
bill, so if you're just prepared, and see if he's got any suggestions, or if he wants us to follow with him as the bill progresses, just to keep him in our loop. How's that?
That's good.
Okay.
There was one other, and that's 131, which is about pesticide regulations near schools and health centers, and there were a lot of exemptions for agriculture, but the agricultural counties wanted more exceptions for agriculture. But, I mean, really, who else uses pesticides besides agriculture? I mean, lawns, but, so I thought that was like, well, if we exempt all of agriculture from pesticide restrictions, who are we talking about? Like,
Yeah.
but anyway, there were lots of negative comments about that one. That was 131. And then there, we talked about the the Beautiful initiative for a while. Hillary Cooper talked about that, and the problem of the definition of the word conservation. So Hillary proposed that Colorado have its own 30 by 30 plan. And there is a group that has a Colorado 30 by 30 plan, but it's just one group. I'd have to look up the name of it. I can't remember. So that was interesting. And John Martin was really opposed to that and said that this one group has one, and So he was the only negative vote, even on voting to amend the greenhouse gas emissions one. He just wanted to vote no on it, but everybody else voted to amend it.
Okay.
I've got a couple.
Okay.
With CC4CA, recommendations are that, one, we could thank him for his sponsors on House Bill 1225, which is the bill that was sunsetting the Colorado Resiliency Office, and his bill would be to continue the Office of Resiliency. So something we could thank him for. The other one that they brought up, or two others, were 1244, Public Protections from Toxic Air Contaminants. It strengthens CDPHE's ability to regulate toxic air pollutants, reduce GHG emissions, and it's a high priority for environmental justice and equity-oriented allies. This is coming from CC4CA. The other one is House Bill 1159. And these are ones I think we would encourage him to sponsor or to get behind. I'm not sure he's inclined to, but Waste Diversion and Circular Economy Development Center, creating a Circular Economy Development Center in the Department of Public Health and Environment, which establishes the costs of operating the center regarding a waste diversion cash fund. So it's kind of a syntax, I guess. I don't understand it quite well.
So, okay, go
but
ahead.
it seems like we've got too many to talk about.
Yeah, so I have a suggestion so we can, if the three of you who, have some, and Steve's not here, but we can just put a list of bills that we're interested in, and see if anything, Kelly, that we can pull out that we could address in that 20 minutes. And just let Perry know that these are bills that we are following. We want him to keep him in the loop as we follow them and see where they go. And especially the one, if we have one that we may be needing sponsorship for, that may be one to definitely bring to his attention. Okay. I think she's talking to somebody who's knocking at her front door.
No, my child just let the dog out.
No.
Great.
Okay. Pepper's
Hopefully
ready to
my
roll.
husband's. Oh, there he
Dog's
came
out.
back. Good boy. Good
He's a
puppy.
good boy. He's a good puppy. Okay. Anything else there, Kelly? Are we good on that? Thanks for bringing those to our attention. And that puppy is really cute, you guys, I have to tell you.
Yeah, and I would just maybe suggest if we all have a chance to take a look at the bills he's sponsoring, then we can reaffirm if there's some we like and want to support.
Okay, thank you. Anything else before we still have some, we've got time. I'm not gonna worry about it. John?
I don't have anything.
Greg, Francie, Kelly?
I'm done.
And Kelly went off to chase the dog.
We're late for Janice. So.
We're gonna go see Janice.
He said we're okay.
Yeah, they're waiting for you.
All right, so Kelly, we're good? Okay, thank you guys. And we'll talk, I think we'll be talking maybe between now and Tuesday at some level. Francie, I'll talk to you about Thursday. Okay,
Bye, Kelly.
thanks guys. Thank you, Grassroots. Thank you, McKella.
Great.
Francie, Thursday.
I have